I'd like to call to order this meeting at 6:30 p.m., May 11th, 2021, of the regular board meeting for Santa Barbara Unified School District. And we will start out with information about interpretation, please.
Thank you, Board President Ford. Good evening. I will give this announcement regarding language interpretation in both English and Spanish. Buenas tardes. Voy a dar este anuncio sobre la interpretación en inglés y en español, y también lo agregaremos al chat. In order to provide language access, we will be providing simultaneous bidirectional interpretation in English and Spanish. If you are bilingual, you do not have to click anything. If you are not bilingual in English and Spanish, you will have to select your language in order to hear the interpretation. If you are using a laptop or desktop, at the bottom right of your screen, you will see a globe icon that says interpretation. Please click on the globe now and select English. If you are using an iPad or a phone, locate the three-dot menu and select language interpretation, then select English and click done. And when it's your turn to speak, please remember to be loud and clear and speak at a moderate pace. We are also offering American Sign Language, ASL interpretation for this meeting. If you will be using ASL interpretation, please use the Zoom app on your computer, tablet, or phone to join this meeting. If you joined this meeting through your web browser, you may not be able to see the ASL interpreter at all times. Esta reunión contará con interpretación simultánea bidireccional en inglés y en español. Si usted es bilingüe, no tiene que presionar nada. Si usted no es bilingüe, tendrá que elegir su idioma para escuchar la interpretación. Si está usando una computadora, verá un icono en la parte inferior de su pantalla a la derecha en forma de globo que dice interpretación. Haga clic ahí ahora y seleccione español. Si está usando un iPad o su teléfono, localice el menú de 3 puntos, haga clic en interpretación de idiomas, elija español y finalizar. O si está en inglés, dice done. Y cuando sea su turno de hablar, por favor recuerde hablar con voz fuerte y clara y a un paso moderado. Gracias. Thank you. We may now begin.
Thank you. Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Absolutely. Please rise, put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Superintendent Maldonado, please continue with your report.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, staff, and members of the public. First off, we hope everyone had a nice Mother's Day. And I want to recognize that there are so many people who mother and nurture others. And I want to honor all those who take on that mother role with people that they care for. Let's celebrate all of them daily, hopefully. Today's meeting feels like a first of hopefully soon to be non-crisis topics that we're bringing to the board and more of core function work of this district, which is to serve families and children. I'm feeling hopeful that we're turning our last corner toward the gold or yellow tier in Santa Barbara County. I want to remind everyone, however, that we must not let our guard down and continue to practice health and safety protocols until we are told to stop by public health. I understand the desire to let loose now, but we aren't quite out of this pandemic and have seen other cities across the nation and globe see resurgences. I'm also looking forward to the many school events planned in the coming days and weeks, such as prom, promotions, graduations, award ceremonies. I want to thank everyone for their tireless efforts at bringing forward experiences that will create beautiful memories as we begin to transition out of closing this historic school year. Today, we'll be bringing forward plans for next year for your approval. We are asking you to considering allowing us to sidestep our usual order of business while we work swiftly and with resolve to engage in stakeholder feedback for our local control accountability plan known as the LCAP, our elementary and secondary school emergency relief request known as the ESSER, our expanding learning opportunity grants known as ELO, and our in-person instruction grants known as IPI. The board and community has heard us talk quite a bit about our LCAP plan and the associated funding we leverage to improve student outcomes. Last month, I shared a little bit of the way we are organizing ourselves with our human and fiscal resources in order to frame our work with a lens of equity, improve climate culture, and accountability plans in place. The other three plans, the ESSER, the ELO, and the IPI grants, which are federal and state grants, are all plans associated with COVID relief support. We and all school districts are receiving from various funding sources to help us address the impacts of the pandemic on our schools. As we bring you some of the additional approvals today, we want to be cognizant of the fact that we are late in the hiring season, and we're bringing these in order to help us advertise these additional positions now so that we can get the best employee hires for Santa Barbara Unified. We continue with summer school planning, and you'll hear more about those tonight as well. I'm very proud of all of the work that our staff has done to prepare these plans. There are so many student achievements to celebrate. I'd like to share with you all here those who recently spotlighted in our weekly video, students who are heading into the military, a few more students who signed to play college sports, and some very impressive students who have exhibited tremendous community spirit during these difficult pandemic conditions. If I could please ask Ms. Trujillo to share the video now. Thank you. That's the end of my report.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maldonado. I know that I speak for the board when I say that we really appreciate the inspiring comments and you and your team's visionary efforts to increase communication through these videos and lots of parent squares, and also focus on innovation, on student and staff accomplishments, and the pride points for the district. And I'd like to just follow you tonight by sharing my own recent inspiration, highlighted by innovation, student and staff achievements, and pride. Over the past year, we have certainly shared and applauded the way that students and staff found ways to interact, to perform, to compete, to teach, and to learn over Zoom. And over the past few months, we've been really excited to see sports return also to our schools, modified, of course, according to health guidelines. Well, last week, another milestone occurred, and that was the return to theatrical performances. San Marcos High School students, under the direction of Shannon Soleil, pulled off something truly memorable, a production of the Broadway and movie hit, Mamma Mia. It's being performed outside in the amphitheater with everyone singing, dancing, and acting in masks, keeping social distance. The audience sat socially distanced also, and everyone had their temperature taken before the show. So simply, I'm just filled with appreciation and wonder for this undertaking. Huge kudos to the entire production team, the performance team. The show is really entertaining, but moreover, I just deeply appreciate all involved for their courage, their perseverance, their generosity, and their joyful spirit after this pandemic. Yes, theater is back. And now we shall continue with more board comments and correspondence. Would you like to go, Ms. Munoz?
Thank you, President Ford. I appreciate that and share your excitement about the theater. Last week, I was able to attend the presentation of Midsummer Night's Dream at Washington School by Mrs. Blue's 6th grade class. It was so exciting. I sat in the audience and I was able to see the production, and it was just amazing. The professionalism that the 6th graders showed and their excitement about it. They had one of the 6th grade students playing the piano to accompany the play, and just amazing. I know that many folks saw it on Zoom, so I also celebrate the return to live theater. I'm also very pleased to see that the vaccination rate in our community has been even more successful, thanks to so many efforts of everyone in the community, the nonprofit organizations and such. Today, I also received an email about rides for seniors that are homebound in order to accomplish, to make sure that everyone that is willing to get the vaccination will do that and keep our entire community safer. That's all for me. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Ms. Sims-Moten, please.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you, President Ford. Yeah, all I can just say, Mamma Mia, Midnight Summer Dream. Just in terms of those things that I had the opportunity to view through Zoom, the Midnight Summer Dream. And I just really appreciate the efforts that the students, put forth. The music was really well. It was very professionally done. I look forward to seeing Mamma Mia in the coming weeks. And I just want to appreciate the students showing up, being ready to do their thing. And I just want to appreciate them. So thanks.
Thanks. Ms. Capps.
Yeah, thank you. Oops. Just on the vaccination front, thanks to Ms. Munoz for bringing it up. I also wanted just to congratulate our county. For the longest time, we were hovering around 34th in terms of vaccination rates, and now in the 34 out of 58 counties in California. And I just checked today, as I tend to do, and we are 13th, so more people are getting vaccinated. Just to clarify, last meeting, I certainly expressed my views that an excitement of more students getting vaccinated. And since then, we've now learned that the FDA has approved 12 to 15-year-olds also getting vaccinated, which I understand will have a huge impact on our safety and our health here at this district. And so I'm all in favor of moving forward, but do need to clarify that absolutely parents, it's required by law that they would give permission for any and all decisions that are made in this regard. And so I wanted to make sure that that was clear. And also to understand that while I do believe that requiring vaccinations is inevitable, and that's something I support, like measles, like so many other things that have just become routine in our society, that's a big step and should be the last step, because we would hate to not have children back in school who have suffered the most during this pandemic. And so I'm looking forward to working and seeing what our district does to increase vaccination rates voluntarily before the requirements do come down the pike, which again, I do believe that they will, and that's something that I'm supportive of, but it's the last step, not the first step. And so I'm hoping later on in this meeting to hear about how the busing has gone with more students getting vaccinated. And of course, our teachers and staff at 82% is a pretty good rate. So more on that when we talk about it, but I just want to address the topic of the hour, which is vaccinations. Thanks.
Many thanks. And Ms. Alvarez.
Just briefly, I also had the great opportunity to go see Mamma Mia and Midsummer's Night Dream, which it's fabulous, amazing. I encourage everyone to go see Mamma Mia. It's still playing, I believe, this weekend and next weekend. And after that, I believe it's still Pueblos, so we will be there as well. And I also wanted to congratulate all of our students who were recently reclassified. I had the opportunity to attend that celebration, I believe it was about 3 weeks ago. And it was a large number of students being reclassified from being, I believe is it EML, Ms. Larios Horton, into now regular English classes. So congratulations to all those students. Thank you to their teachers. And we look forward to seeing their progress. So thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And I'll finish up the board comments by saying that tonight it is my honor to announce 2 retirements of longtime dedicated district employees that will take effect at the end of the school year. First of all, Judy Hartman, who's a teacher at La Cumbre Junior High. She has 18 plus years of service. And Romulo Pascaoan, who's an accounting tech 2 with fiscal services with 15 plus years of service. So Judy and Romulo, on behalf of this board, I wish you a well-deserved, restful, healthy, and happy retirement. And I also hope you have lots of fun planned. So now we will move on to public comments. This is the opportunity for comments from the public about items that are not on the agenda. Mr. Hugh, I believe that we do not have any comments of that nature right now. Can you confirm?
Thank you, President Ford. We do have 3 public comment on this item.
Oh, you do, on non-agenda items. Okay, please. Thanks.
So I'll go ahead and name the 3. It is Moni Duet, Andrew Lindsay, and Ana Cepeda. And I will start with Moni Duet.
Hi, Sandra. Thank you for the opportunity. So yes, I am here to just discuss my concerns. I'm on the Parent Advisory LCAP meeting. And yeah, the parent engagement piece, it's very difficult to say that we're actually getting meaningful engagement. And the concerns that we're having is that so far things under discussion have been where money is spent district-wide rather than on the 3 most vulnerable groups that generate that money. So, and when we've asked about this, we haven't gotten answers. And we also wanted to know whether Meta is coming out of LCAP, because some of the Meta program includes people who are not socioeconomically disadvantaged or foster youth or English language learners. So I guess the thing that I want to be clear about is that LCAP is supposed to have meaningful stakeholder input, and it isn't very meaningful. I feel like most of the time is spent by the director, and he goes over this quiz or this survey he gave everybody, but the survey doesn't even represent key issues that are affecting this group. So I really want the board to look at this, because this is $13.9 million. And like one of the expenditures is for a librarian, and that's district-wide. And we know, other schools have gotten complaints about this, and we need to be in compliance. These are the students that need reading interventionists to read by the end of the 3rd grade. They need extra tutoring, and this hasn't really come up, and we get very little time to participate. So I really want you to hear this and do something for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Lindsay. Andrew, you are able to speak if you can unmute yourself.
Thanks to the members of the school board for hearing my concerns. My name is Andrew Lindsay. Some of you may know me through my work with Wilderness Youth Project, but today I come before you as a citizen and a parent of a high school student. I'm going to speak regarding the former armory building at 700 East Canon Perdido and request that the board establish a publicly acknowledged timeline that moves the community closer to realizing the enormous potential of this historic property. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I have been in email correspondence with Mr. Vizzolini, the Director of Operations for the district, regarding the armory property. He has provided me with the due diligence report and the preliminary geotechnical engineering and geohazard study, as well as the most current update on the district's use of the property. And furthermore, I'd like to commend the operations department for the entirety of their efforts to support the ever-changing needs of the district since COVID became an issue in March of 2020. In no way are my comments meant to be an indictment. And now I'd like to turn my eye to the future. More than just the COVID epidemic occurred in the past year, collectively our awareness has grown of the vast inequities across all standards of living that exist in our nation, our city. And again, I would like to applaud Superintendent Maldonado for her consistent reminders that we can be doing better and her intentions to lead us there. Personally and civically, we now wrestle with the responsibility that attends that awareness. There's a lot to do. And though we are worn thin by the demands of the epidemic, and what there is to do remains. With specific regard to the armory building, the district needs to begin planning for its use. Vacant lots are problematic enough through private ownership, but a civically controlled lot with the astounding potential of the armory property demands active and considered stewardship. Those appraised of the property know that there are immediate impediments to its development, most notably the risk of soil liquefaction under the structures, structural inadequacies due to age, and issues of lead and asbestos abatement. Those are no surprises. These were known about before the sale, and they will be costly to remediate. And that is also not a surprise. What was surprising to me was that there is no plan to move forward on the care of this parcel. This parcel spans an entire city block. I understand that the best use for this parcel is undetermined and will require significant public outreach and input. I'm here to address the effort that comes before that process. The district and the public should know how to prioritize the various tasks of remediation and the estimated cost associated with each task. For instance, some tasks might only need to be addressed to comply with specific use, whereas some tasks will need to be addressed no matter what the future plans. As of September 2020, the district had nearly $8 million in budget for site development. This will likely not cover remediation and site development. The district was always going to have to ask the taxpayers for more money or create public and private partnerships. My point is, I'm not asking the district to do this alone. I understand that the repercussions of COVID have seriously constrained all manner of progress. However, proper development of this parcel is also tied to the health and wellness of our community.
Thank you.
I'm almost finished. 1 second. I'd just like to ask the board to establish a publicly acknowledged timeline for the improvement of the former armory property.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ana Cepeda.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. My name is Ana Cepeda, she, her, hers, and I am coming here as a parent of a student in Santa Barbara School District. Earlier this week, I sent out an email to all school board members. And thank you. I would like to acknowledge that Ms. Laura Capps was the only one who responded back to me, and I appreciate you for that. I am here to speak about LCAP and to make sure that we have an extension for this upcoming committee. We haven't had enough time to really acknowledge what has been going on in our school district, finding solutions, finding partnerships to create better opportunities for the students that we are supposed to be representing in this committee. This is my first time serving in the LCAP committee, and honestly, like it was something that I was really looking forward to, creating some change. And I have not seen that at all within the committee. And I want to make sure that we are aware of that and how we can find solutions. I feel like there's still time to rectify the situation and find solutions as reaching out to partners and creating partnerships with groups and organizations that are currently working with the underrepresented students that LCAP monies is supposed to go to. For example, Gateway Education Services, Freedom for Youth, just communities and other organizations that I have also personally worked with that I can advocate for. And I would love to meet with y'all personally to find ways to find resolutions, because we're not ready for a proposal. I can confidently say that we're not ready to submit a proposal yet by the next May 17 meeting. So I'm really hoping that you all take this into consideration and try to extend this so that we can have more time to create a proposal that is going to really provide equity for all the students in our school district. Thank you.
Thank you. President Ford, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. And now the board members and I are so grateful for the donations for May 11th, 2021. Board members, may I have a motion to happily accept the donations tonight? Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. And a second?
Second.
Ms. Capps, thanks. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Also, let's move on to the consent agenda. And a reminder that The items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, not likely to require any discussion. The superintendent and her staff have recommended approval of all the consent items, and the board members have had an opportunity to consider and ask questions about these items before tonight. So first, Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments on the consent agenda items?
Thank you, President Ford. We do have public comment on consent agenda E4,
Great.
and that is Ms. Moni Duet.
Yes, I'm interested in the summer school coordinator stipend because some of my concern is that this money could actually be going to the students who need the intervention. And though I'm sure these stipends seem a little on the generous side, I remember for the teachers for summer school, we spent $900,000 is what I saw. So my concern is just that I would like to see more money going into the classroom and perhaps not be so generous with our incentives because we wind up not meeting the needs of our students who need it most. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Ford. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. So before I call for a motion, board members or Superintendent Maldonado, are there any items on the consent agenda that require more information, comments, or discussion? Please, Ms. Moten.
It's E9. I think Ms. Jate has that. Just to further clarify, I know it's establishing a fund. Is it taking the place where the ASB funding is there now, or we're making for more clarification on accountability?
Thank you for that question. No, it's been required by our auditors and the state of California that they want us to record the ASB funds monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, annually, so that they have a record of what is in the funds at a particular time.
So will because we realize they're not professionals who are doing the ASB, will they be trained on making sure that they record that?
We
revenue?
record that on our side. We will then ask them for their statements, and we will record it in our books.
Okay.
They don't do that.
They don't do that.
But they also have their own ASBs off to the side, but we just record the balance of those ASB accounts.
Okay, so that's been something that has come up in our audits in the past about
No, it's a new one. I'm sorry, it's GASB 84. It's a
Right, I know
change in GASB.
Yeah, this is establishing a new one, but when I'm just connecting the ASB in terms of, is this new ASB accounts that are at the schools, or just now that they're going to report this to you, and you're required to report it on a balance date?
Exactly,
Okay.
your latter one.
Just want that clear. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other items? Ms. Alvarez?
Yes, on G4, the summer school stipends for summer school coordinators. Would you, Dr. Becky, would you please remind us how this stipend is determined? And also, is there a reason why the existing principals may not be, or they would be the coordinators?
Yes, so thank you for that question. This particular position is an administrative position. It does require an administrative credential. It is what some refer to as the summer school principal. We do, in the elementary, we need our principals to be on contract days during the school year when kids are in session. And if they are also at our summer school program running that, they will not have enough contract days they'll have to take days off during the school year, which we want to avoid. This isn't an issue in secondary schools because they have administrative teams and they rotate and do a week here and a week there, so they can actually cover summer school in the secondary space. As far as the amount, we took the daily rate of the elementary assistant principal position, step one, and we looked at how many days of service, and that's how we came to this calculation.
And
it actually also works out to be slightly more than what the teachers will, and other classified staff will make when you include their incentive that the board approved.
And I believe in our conversation, you mentioned this coordinator is going to work approximately 29 or 30 days.
Yes, so the summer school, I believe, is 29 days. But you should also keep in mind that once we once we select who the summer school coordinators are going to be, they actually will begin the coordinating process in May and June. So they'll work directly with the site principal to do some of the coordinating work. So it is not a start on June 14th and end on July 23rd. It's once we name you in the end of May, you'll start coordinating it. So it's actually more than the 29 days.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other comments, board members, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to move the consent agenda.
Thank you so much. And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Capps. All in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The consent agenda passes unanimously. And now it's just a little late, but it's time for us to go on to our COVID-19 report number 20, I believe. Yes. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you. And we again are happy to be moving towards the positive outlook here with our pandemic. Board report number 20. I know that Dr. Waganek wanted it to be the last one, but I'm thinking it will be number 21, maybe. So I will turn it over to the team. We have a short report for you tonight. Thank
Beautiful.
Good evening, President Ford, School Board, Dr. Maldonado, my colleagues, and the public. Here we are looking at our driver's slide for the 20th time. It has not changed, but I do have to say these drivers really have allowed us to focus the work where we needed to and you know, make the decisions. And so we continue to show it to you. Next slide. At this point, I am going to turn it over to Susan Klein Rothschild and look at that state of California in orange and gold. Good to see. So Susan, take it away.
I'm so happy to look at this map with you tonight. You can see that Santa Barbara County remains in the orange tier. Our adjusted case rate was 3.5. That means we are well in the orange tier. For us to get to the yellow tier, our adjusted case rate needs to be below 2. Below 2 cases per 100,000 in our population. So when we see those daily reports about how many COVID cases there are, every day it's below 9, we are in the yellow tier and we're moving in that direction. So we're watching it closely. You might have noticed yesterday and today, first time we've been in the yellow tier for that adjusted case rate. So we're very excited. We're moving in the right direction. The positivity rate, those people who get tested, how many are positive, and the health equity metric, in both those areas, we are already in the yellow tier. So we are working in the right direction, working towards yellow. Next slide, please. This gives you a view of how many people in Santa Barbara County have been vaccinated.
Oh, frozen.
I could go on to mine. We'll go ahead and go on to mine. Yeah, it's on. Brian, if you could go to slide 6, thank you. So as I do each meeting, I'm bringing you the case updates here. We have a total of now 190 known cases of students and staff since September of 2020. And since the meeting 2 weeks ago, we've added an additional 14 cases, 12 of those students and 2 staff members. So we're now at 109 staff members and 81 students. I do want to say that over 60% of the cases that we've had in the last 2 weeks amongst students were related. Those cases were related, but they were not a result of a contagion on any school campus. But in terms of presumed transmissions on campus, you'll see that last meeting that was at 10, it is now at 12. That is not because we have new cases that were transmitted on campus, but rather through their investigations, Santa Barbara Public Health discovered 2 previous cases that have been transmitted on campus back in February and March, and those were added to our total. Next slide, please. So we continue to require biweekly testing of employees who are not fully vaccinated, and some fully vaccinated employees choose to continue surveillance testing because it makes them feel better, and we honor that. Student athletes who are not fully vaccinated and are competing in high contact or indoor sports continue to test using the antigen or rapid testing protocols that we added a couple of weeks ago, and they test prior to their competitions. Now that we've conducted over 11,000 tests, and we have a 0.45% positive rate, which is a slight reduction from the last meeting and lower than our county rate of approximately 1.5%. Now for the end of the year activities that are coming very soon, prom, senior events, graduations, wanted the board to know that in these large gatherings or large private events, the state of California does require either a negative test or proof of full vaccination. And so our high schools are undergoing a pretty large undertaking with collecting proof from all the guests and so forth who will be coming to graduations. Next slide. Our employee totally or partially vaccinated, we think that's probably closer to totally vaccinated remains around 82%. And we are going to be collecting an update before our next meeting, but we're really happy with that rate of vaccination. Next slide, please. And as Ms. Capps was talking about, we are happy to say that we do have student vaccinations going on, and we had a field trip. Our three traditional high schools transported 33 16 to 18-year-olds on field trips to Goleta Cottage Hospital for their first round of the Pfizer vaccine on May 4th. They'll be returning in a week or two for their second round. And then, and I'm sure, I think I see Ms. Clem Rothschild is back with us. We are currently working with both Santa Barbara neighborhood clinics and Santa Barbara County Public Health to provide vaccination clinics at La Cumbre Junior High School and Santa Barbara High School for those who are 12 and older. So at this point, yeah, we'll bring Susan back with us. I think that's.
Thank you. I apologize that the technology has not worked well. I did want to share that our vaccination rates for the county, as Ms. Capps noted, we're doing well. On the left-hand side, how many who are eligible for vaccination have been vaccinated. On the right-hand side, it talks about percentage of a county in total, even those who are not eligible. We are very much invested in helping everyone who's eligible be able to get vaccinated in a timely way. Next slide, please. The purpose of this slide is to really just show you we have all of the 3 emergency authorized types of vaccine available in our county in large numbers and large doses. There are lots of slots, lots of available places. People should be able to get the vaccine they want when they want it. And as Dr. Wagenack mentioned, we are working closely with Santa Barbara Unified. We want to bring clinics to the school, and we want families to be able to come with all their family members 12 and above to get vaccinated. Next slide, please. So this was really, as of yesterday, it's changed so much. Tomorrow is our final meeting. We expect the vaccine to be approved. And I want people to know that By Thursday, as soon as Thursday, there will be vaccination slots available for anyone 12 years old and older. Some of our pharmacies, some of our available clinic sites are already ready as soon as the FDA makes their final decision tomorrow to begin on Thursday. And we are working with local schools to bring clinics into the school to make them available. We're looking at late afternoon and early evening times to make it easy and convenient for families. Thank you.
If we can just go, Mr. Rouse, to the final slide. So the final slide, I did show this to you board at our last meeting. It's really, what are these key factors heading into 21, 22? I know I've been receiving a lot of questions about, well, what's it going to be like in August or September? And I'm sure you all are getting those as well. You know, we do know what the research is looking like. We now know that the vaccines are here for 12 and older. We think there may be testing. We know we're going to have oversight and support from the state of California. And then that community transmission piece, which is so important, that if the closer we get to herd immunity, then the looser we can be with our protocols in the school. So I'd be remiss to make any bold statements right now, but we'll be updating you and the public throughout the summer. So thank you, and I will turn it over for questions.
Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments on this item, please?
There's no public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. I'll just add that I did hear on the news today that they fully expect that children will also be approved, a vaccine for children by September. So that will certainly affect our schools and our families. And also that specifically that the Cottage Hospital vaccination clinic, which can take 2,000 people a day, is now open for walk-ins and drive-ins without an appointment, all day Thursday, all day Friday, and all day Saturday. So if you know anyone, please have them go right over there. Board members, any other comments? Please, Ms. Capps.
Dr. Wagner, yes, 2 more questions about vaccinations when you were speaking. Will we have the ability to track student vaccinations? Is that a possibility?
So there are 2 ways that could happen. At this time, the state of California has not mandated the COVID vaccine. So, but we can ask parents to offer that information to us. And the iPass, which we use for our screening processes, are checking in each day, has now added or is getting ready to add a component where folks can indicate when they are vaccinated, and then it will come up when they are screened. But again, until the state requires us to collect it, it would be on a voluntary basis.
For sure. Yeah, I understand that. Great. And secondly, a parent asked me this, of the student cases, and again, I recognize through HIPAA, maybe you can't answer this, but are students getting, just anecdotally, are they getting really sick? Or if you can just summarize the status of health of those positive results.
Right, and perhaps Susan could respond to this as well, and better. I can say anecdotally that we've heard of a couple of cases of students getting very sick, but comparatively, no, we're actually, most often students have very mild symptoms or they're asymptomatic.
Right.
And so we actually think that's why we were having so many athletic positives, is that students had COVID, were asymptomatic, but didn't know it, and then took a test and turned up positive because they had the antibodies. So, but I'd like to hear what Susan has to share about that.
I think our experience is similar, that many students who have COVID, who test positive for COVID, don't have symptoms or signs, yet a smaller number gets very ill. And what's challenging is that we can't always predict who will become ill and who will not become ill. and have severe illness. That's one of the reasons why the vaccination is so important, because what we're finding is those who are vaccinated, they can get COVID, but they almost never get really sick. And the number of hospitalizations and severe illness after vaccination are almost not heard of, very limited. So yes, we're seeing the same thing. We can't always predict who will get very ill, and it's a smaller number.
Well, that's good news. Thank you. Thanks to you both.
Ms. Sims-Moton.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to say thank you for the parents who allowed the students to go and do that. And I know that's a big step and a big decision. So thank you. And then the second question, how are they doing? The ones who got vaccinated, are there any side effects?
Heard.
That you
My
said?
mic on.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that there have been any side effects, so hopefully that means that they sailed through.
They did.
And they'll be ready for their second shot soon.
Okay. And so so that 33 went, so when we will be doing another field trip to add more to that? Great.
Correct.
And then my last question, this may be for Susan. So as we're looking at the tiers, so the governor's going to be lifting the tier system in June 15th, right? Is that happening or is that a rumor?
That is something that's predicted. It's not yet determined for sure. It's based upon the status of COVID cases in our state and our other indicators. At this point, the entire state is looking very good, as is Santa Barbara County. We understand that the blueprint for a safer economy will go away, but it doesn't mean that all guidance will go away. So we're all waiting and kind of saying, what will the state do? What limited guidance will be in place? What will we need to know? We also understand that Cal OSHA is putting new guidance in place for employees in businesses. So we're waiting to see that also.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Ms. Alvarez?
First of all, thank you. Thank you very much for that report. Thank you, Ms. Rothschild. It's wonderful to hear you once again, and we're going to miss you in the future meetings when we don't have to have this report. And I want to encourage the parents to authorize their students, their kids to be vaccinated. It's a positive thing. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask your school principal, call the district, or you can even call us and we'll give you the information that we have. It's a great thing for yourself and for the community. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes this report item. And so now we'll go back to the regular agenda, and that takes us to the public hearing on the naming of the Peabody Stadium. My computer just went dark. And so I'll turn this hearing over to Mr. Vizzolini.
Good evening, board members. My understanding of this hearing was that the action agenda item would be after the public hearing, and this was the opportunity for public comment.
It definitely is. I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you wanted to say anything, since your name was next to the item on the agenda. But we'll conduct a public hearing now from the public. And so, Ms. Trujillo, do we have any members of the public who would like to speak?
Thank you, President Ford. We do have one public comment. Moni Duet, one moment.
Yeah, hi, Sandy. So, yeah, I just want to say that I think when we consider the naming, particularly of the Peabody Stadium, and I know, it wasn't intended to be as large of an expense, $41 million. I think I would like to see some sensitivity around just the disparity in our district. And so maybe if we can pick a name that is more inclusive, because sometimes things are named simply for the people who pitch in the most. But I feel like a lot of us parents who have kids with special needs and things are sensitive that the district spent 26.5 on the armory and then 41 million on a football field. Now, I realize it started out as 10, but still, I think that the naming needs to reflect and be really tasteful and keep that in mind, because it really, like some people who don't live in this town and just anecdotally tell them they're kind of flabbergasted. And I still am concerned that there's not enough money going down to students with disabilities or English language learners and our homeless youth. So I just want to throw that in there because the football field is really kind of symbolic of a ginormous expense, as well as the armory. So thank you. I realize, Steve, you've worked hard on it. It's nothing personal, but it is something that is just hard for some of us to wrap around just the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Ford, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. And now this hearing is closed. And we move on to the action agenda. And yes, as Mr. Vizzolini said, this is an action agenda item for approval of the naming of the track and the tunnel at Peabody Stadium at Santa Barbara High School. And now I turn it over to Mr. Vizzolini.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Maldonado. In October of 2014, the board approved an application for fundraising for the for the Foundation for Santa Barbara High School that outlined a plan to raise $5 million in support of the Peabody Stadium project. In that plan, various naming opportunities were offered as a donor benefit. Tonight, Katie Jacobs, director of the Foundation for Santa Barbara High School, and Santa Barbara High School principal Elise Simmons are here with a brief presentation for us with two naming opportunities that they would like the board to consider approving. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Jacobs for their presentation.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us tonight. And thank you to the board and Superintendent Maldonado for having us tonight. And thank you, Steve, for all your hard work with this. As Steve said, I would like to ask the board for permission to name both the tunnel at the new stadium complex and the track tonight. So let's go to the next slide and I will go through a little bit. So as Steve mentioned, our fundraising agreement with the Santa Barbara Unified School District between the district and the Foundation for Santa Barbara was approved back in October of 2014. So that was quite some time ago. We proposed a $5 million campaign raising money over 2 years between 2014 and 2016. We actually achieved $5 million in pledges on the due date by 2016, and we were fully paid to the district in 2019. So now that the stadium has been built and is beautiful, and we are quite happy with that. Thank you all, everyone, for your hard work on that. Our fundraising agreement is nearly complete and will be complete after we finalize a couple of namings, including the one thing that will be outstanding after this meeting is the Marburg has an approved name that we may need to come back to you with because there have been some changes in the plans. And I would like you all to mark your calendars that we would like to finish our dedication of all named areas this summer in July 3rd, 2021. So next slide, please. So you'll recall I presented this in December as well. The namings that have already received board approval include the Pete and Gerd Giordano Donor Plaza, named in May of 2015. The Doug and Ann Allred Veterans Memorial, which was named in 2016, February. Marburg Cafe was named in April 2016, approved by the board. All of these were approved by the board. And the Montecito Bank and Trust scoreboard recognition was approved by the board in February of 2018. As you know, there was not a cafe built as part of this project. And I believe that the school is going to go in a different direction than building a cafe. So we will need to come back to you and discuss a different naming for Marburg, who very generously gave to this campaign and has been very patient with us and is just upstanding corporate citizen. So I'd like to discuss those with you. There were some naming opportunities at their level, which was $250,000 that are still open. And I'd like to discuss that at a different time, but there will be no cafe. And so unfortunately, there is no cafe to name. Tonight, we would like to request formal board approval for the Hutton Parker Foundation Tunnel. Hutton Parker also gave it the $250,000 level, which was what was agreed upon in the in our fundraising agreement. And tonight we are also very, very hopeful and thrilled that we will also be naming the track. That was a donor benefit at the $500,000 level, and the donor would like to name the track in honor of the Cunningham family. So next slide, please. So we are requesting that you formally approve naming Cunningham, the track, Cunningham track, in honor of the Cunningham family. 4 of the Cunninghams went through Santa Barbara High School. Sam Cunningham graduated in 1969, Bruce in 79, Randall in 81, and Anthony in 1973. All 4 were stellar athletes at their time at Santa Barbara High School, playing both football and excelling in track and field as well. You may be well aware of Sam, known as Sam Bam Cunningham. He played for USC and went on to play for 10 years in the NFL with the Patriots. He also played a very significant role in desegregating football, and he is truly a local hero. Randall, also the youngest brother, went on to play professional sports as well. He played 16 years in the NFL with the Vikings and the Eagles. Both are just stellar athletes, as is the whole family. What's a little less known about the family is that they also excelled in track and field. Sam was a state champion in shot put, and shockingly also was explosive in the 100-meter dash. So to have a shot putter who can run fast, that's something else. And Randall, I think, held the high jump record at Santa Barbara High for many years. In fact, he still may at 6'9". He also is a long jumper, a pole vaulter, and a shot putter. So they have amazing credentials in track and field as well. So our donor would like to name the track in honor of their family, for the Cunninghams that came before, and hopefully for all the Cunninghams who will come later. So I think I have a little video as well of Randall. If we go to the next slide. Well, here's some memorabilia, including the families at the field on graduation. I think Fred Worker's standing behind Randall there with his Don's helmet, and there's Randall on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and Sam is on the far right, playing for the Trojans there. So perhaps my video is on the next slide. Let's work on that. Maybe we didn't get the video. Did we not get the video in there? Ah, here's the video. Thank you. This is Randall Cunningham.
Hello, everyone. I'm Randall Cunningham. And on behalf of the Cunningham family, we wanted to say thank you, and that it's an honor for you to name the track over there at Peabody Stadium, the Cunningham track. On behalf of Sam, my oldest brother, Anthony, Bruce, and myself, and all of the Cunningham siblings, and my mother and father, Mabel and Sam Cunningham, we are grateful that you would even consider us. So thank you so much, and God bless you. Go Dons.
Sam also, when I talked with him about this, tears in his eyes kind of thing, said to me, he said, it's something to have a place named after you once you're passed, but it's really special to have it done while you're still living. And on behalf of the family, especially for Mom and Pop and for all the Cunninghams who will hopefully come after, thank you. So the Cunningham family is honored to be considered, and has a lot of fans here, and they're quite loved. Next slide. So I think I'm going to turn this over to Elise, if she has been promoted as well.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. Superintendent Maldonado. Hello, Steve Malini. Thank you, Katie. So I'm here just to talk about future plans. And one of our next steps in Peabody Stadium along the, actually I realized I should have put pictures in here, but on the towers and also underneath the press box windows are blank tile spots. They're about 8.5 by 11. They're size tile spots. And we're going to use those to highlight and honor past alumni and staff that have impacted our athletic and educational programs. The names of the honorees on these tiles will be chosen by a multi-stakeholder group of alumni, Santa Barbara High School staff. And my goal is to have 4 of the tiles, specifically the ones that are on the front and back of the 2 towers, that will have those tiles decided upon, who will be honored on those, designed and installed before the start of the 21-22 school year. And the cost of the design of the tiles, installation, all of that will be covered by site funds. And again, it's just another great way for us to continue to honor all of the greats that have been part of Santa Barbara High in both the athletic space and educational programs. So I'm excited to continue to dress up our beautiful stadium with the names of folks that have come before me, and again, we'll continue the legacy, the great athletic legacy and educational legacy of Santa Barbara High. And of course, with any future naming, we're going to come back with the change with the, like, as Katie talked about, the Marburg switch. We're going to follow, we'll bring it to the board and continue to adhere to the board policy 7310, which is the naming of facility, and that is in the hands of the school board. So tonight, I hope you hear our proposal, and if you have any questions, please, I'm here to answer those, and I know Katie's here as well.
I will just conclude by saying thank you. Clearly, this would not happen with all of you, and we appreciate our partnership and hope to continue to work with you going forward. So if you have any questions for me or Elise about either of the proposed namings that we do tonight, we're happy to discuss that.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vizzolini, do you have any final comments before I call for public comments? Maybe not.
I apologize. I was muted. I do not have any further comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Eo, do we have any public comments on this action item?
No public comment on this item.
Thank you. Should have been covered in the hearing for sure. So board members, do you have any further questions or comments of any of our presenters? Please, Ms. Sims-Moten.
Thank you, President Ford, and thank you for that presentation. I really just have a comment. When we first came on the board in 2016, this is one of the first actions that came before that board, and to really see it come to fruition today to this level has been really good. So I want to appreciate the work, Katie. I think you were one of the ones that made the presentation, and certainly Steve carrying on that. And so just appreciate the hard work, and Elise, and going forward. So proud to be part of that. My husband's family actually are Dons, so I know they will be looking and being proud of that as well.
Ms. Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank you all, Dr. Simmons, Mr. Vizzolini, and Ms. Jacobs, for the thoughtfulness and the due diligence that's gone into this specific action item. I know it's been a lot of work, and I'm grateful to be at this point and grateful to support this.
Wonderful, thank you. Ms. Munoz.
Yes, no, also I share the excitement and support of my sister board members, and very excited about, the naming, and appreciative of all your efforts and all the community support for the track and the tunnel and Peabody Stadium. It's the dream come true. My husband's also a Don. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Alvarez, please.
I just realized that I believe there are 4 Dons up here, or family members who are Dons, and I'm the only one that stands out because I am a Royal. I went to San Marcos. I am very happy to support this project, and thank you to all of you for your hard work. I also want to say thank you to all of the members of the public who took the time to email and express their concerns and provide information. We have read all of your information, and I hope to continue the dialogue. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, Ms. Alvarez, I represent 8 alumni dons in my family. So I think I must tell you that when I heard about this announcement of the Cunningham track in particular, I got chills because I was a classmate of Sam Cunningham's, and you will not find a kinder, a more modest, but a more talented man around. And I have a few claims to fame in my life, but one that I hold very dear is that I had a locker next to Sam Cunningham. So there were always lots of good things happening around the lockers. So I also want to thank Ms. Jacobs and also Mr. Vizzolini, who really gave me a lot of their time over the past few months as we worked through this donor and the naming of the track in particular. And I just couldn't be more grateful that they were so generous with their times. So with that, I think we've concluded the presentation, the discussion, the questions and the comments. So board members, I'd love to have a motion to approve item number 1, the naming of the track and the tunnel at Peabody Stadium at Santa Barbara High School. Ms. Capps.
So moved.
Second.
Second from Ms. Sims-Moten. Thank you so much. Now all in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. This motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Go Dons. We're on to action item number 2, and this is the recommendation to approve the accompanying exclusive negotiating agreement with Fowler Properties Acquisition, heretofore FPA, the multifamily development. And so for this item, I'll turn it over to Ms. Jeté for comments and review.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Maldonado. Tonight, we bring to the board an exclusive negotiating agreement with FPA Multifamily LLC regarding the Tatum property located off of Turnpike Road in Goleta. This agreement allows the district to negotiate with the developer on an exclusive basis for a period of time and is solely an agreement to negotiate. It is not the final sale agreement. Tonight, we have a team that will present their plans for Tatum. Our first teammate is Tim Kim. He is of TK Consulting, Inc. and has 30 years of experience in the real estate industry, ranging from marketing, entitlements, and acquisitions, development, and construction. His primary role is managing development projects and acquisitions through entitlements and development. He has been involved with the broad range of projects, including master planning communities, subdivisions, mixed use, multifamily, business parks, commercial centers, resort and golf courses, communities, and capital improvement projects. He has been running entitlement and development projects for FPA, multifamily, and Red Tail Development for over 15 years. We also have John Polanski. He's been the Director of Housing Development at the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara for the past 25 years. Prior to coming to the Housing Authority, he spent 8 years developing affordable market rate housing in the private sector, helping to develop nearly 5,000 housing units. During his tenure at the Housing Authority, he worked to develop and or rehabilitate over 1,400 affordable rental housing units in nearly 30 developments. The Housing Authority has 13 affordable housing projects currently in the stage of development or pre-development in Santa Barbara County. We also have Craig Price here from Griffin and Thorburg to answer any questions the board may have. Now, I believe Tim Kim is still traveling from up north, so we have Brent Little, and Brent and Craig are on. So Brent, are you there?
I am. Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That was a great and impressive introduction of both Tim and John's resumes. I have all of Tim's skills, but I'm 1 year older than him. So hopefully that all works for you. But so I work for Tim and I'm a consultant with TK Consulting. And our firm is a consulting firm that provides entitlement project management support to various landowners. And in this case, we have a long relationship with FPA, and we are working on this project as well as numerous others. So let me get into our PowerPoint here and kind of walk you through exactly what we've been working on. And I've been kind of on point. Tim and I are working together on this, but I'm probably more on point in the weeds, the project management, and getting the design and entitlement kicked off. So although Tim's not here and I expect him shortly, I think I can explain to you where we are at in the process and where I think we're going. And I'm of course happy to answer any questions that you have. So I don't believe I have control of the PowerPoint. Is that true?
Yes, that's true. We will control it. Just say next
Okay.
slide.
Okay, perfect. So I also have it here so I can see it on my screen. So I think most everybody is familiar with who FPA is, but for those in the audience that aren't, the firm is a diverse multifamily development company and owner. The firm owns, manages, and builds its own properties. And as you can see from the PowerPoint here, it's ranked as one of the top 50 largest owners in the United States in terms of number of units the firm owns. In addition to that, the firm has some other complementary businesses that are also real estate based and active in the Santa Barbara and Central Coast markets, as well as others in the community. And in addition to that, the couple that are the owners of the company are Santa Barbara County residents and live nearby. So they of course have a vested interest in seeing all the projects, but these in particular through to a positive fruition. So in terms of the firm's experience locally, there's 3 active projects, and there are a couple others that we're working on nearby. The largest of one is the Goleta project, Los Caneros, which is a completed project, and it's fully occupied, and we're managing that as well. It's a beautiful project right off Los Caneros as you get off the freeway and head south. It's on the immediate right-hand side. Not far from there, we also have another project that is 88 units that we've also completed, and that's in the area. And those are both market rate projects. And also in that area, we recently purchased property that we are planning for 332 market rate and affordable units. And this is a project that we are working on with John and the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. And as you can see, we're currently processing an EIR and working towards our entitlements. So all of that, together with a few other projects, John and I are also working on another county project together in the Carpinteria area that will also have a mix of market rate and affordable in that project. But together, all that experience gives us a good base understanding of the county, the different agencies, and the overall market in general. And if you could go to the next slide, please. And John, do you want to spend a couple minutes and talk about the Housing Authority and introduce them, and then I can pick up the rest of the slideshow.
Certainly. Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. My name is John Polanski. I am Director of Housing Development here at the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. Next month, I will have finished my 25th year with the Housing Authority. And I've been Director of Housing Development all 25 years. The Housing Authority this year is celebrating its 80th anniversary. We were formed back in 1941 by resolution of the Board of Supervisors. I wanted to make it clear there's a distinguishing thing between my 25 years and the 80 years the Housing Authority has been around. I was not there at the start. The connection that the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara has directly with county government is limited to the fact we were formed by resolution of the Board of Supervisors back in 1941, and the Board of Supervisors appoints our governing Board of Commissioners. We have a 7-member Board of Commissioners. Each supervisor has 1 appointee, and then there are 2 commissioners that are appointed at large by the board, both of whom must live in affordable housing, 1 of whom represents seniors, 1 of whom represents families. Otherwise, the Housing Authority acts in a very similar way to special districts. We are our own self-contained 120 employee department. And we have our own human resources. We do our own hiring and maintenance and management in-house. Our jurisdiction is all of Santa Barbara County, with the exception of the city of Santa Barbara. The city of Santa Barbara has its own distinct housing authority, but everything other than the city of Santa Barbara throughout Santa Barbara County is ours. That includes 7 cities and all of the unincorporated area. The development that you're actually being shown a picture of is one of our most recently completed developments. It's an 80-unit affordable housing development up in the city of Santa Maria. It was actually completed construction and was fully occupied in the middle of COVID back in June, July, August. The 80 units are really focused on people who had been experiencing homelessness before they were housed, people with mental health challenges, and veterans. We actually have some project units that are specifically set aside for our veterans in need of affordable housing. The Housing Authority currently has a little bit over 1,400 units spread throughout the county, all of them affordable rental units. We also administer the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. Some of you may be or know Section 8 landlords. We administer that program, and again, other than in the city of Santa Barbara. The total number of families that we serve is a little bit over 5,100, a little bit over 5,100 families in Santa Barbara County that we work with through one of our many programs. And I think that probably gives at least a little bit of an idea of who the Housing Authority is, who I am. We really have come to value our partnership with Craig, actually, over the years, and also with Brent and the FPA team. As Brent mentioned, this would be our 3rd housing development together here in Santa Barbara County. And if anybody has any questions, I'm certainly happy to answer them. Otherwise, I will turn it back to Brent.
Great. Okay. So if you could advance to the next slide. So this slide is of our Heritage Ridge project. And as you can see there, we have a real good mix of market rate and affordable housing on this. And we're real excited about the product and look forward to getting through the process and breaking ground on it. And one other one, if you could advance the slide. If you could go to the next slide. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Well, yeah, perfect. Thanks. This is a couple other projects. It's a little grainy, but trust me, they look really nice. A project in Paso Robles that we are going to be breaking ground on shortly. We recently received all of our approvals on that, and that is 200 housing units. And then another project that we will also be breaking ground on, and that is in Temecula. And we have a mix of market rate and affordable on that as well. Okay, if you could go to the next slide. Okay, terrific. So now let's get into the meat of the Tatum property and really talk about what we've done and the various studies. And I know I had the pleasure of giving a handful of you a tour recently of the property and pointing some of this out. And then another group was given a tour, which I believe was a publicly noticed meeting. And I'm not sure if there were any members of the public there, but it was certainly open to them. And that other group also toured the project with Tim and got to see some of this stuff as well. So some of these, I'll explain a little bit more about the studies that we might have pointed out there. But just to give you a broad breadth of the studies that we went into and have done for the property. So starting from the top, soils and geology, we were at first concerned with the amount of stockpiled dirt over the many years that had been going on, even predating the school district's ownership of the property. But we did a significant amount of borings and trenching across various locations of the property and have satisfied ourselves that the material is not only clean, but is competent building material. So we are very pleased at that. At first, seeing some of those hills, it was somewhat of a daunting planning process to think if there was some uncompacted fill or fill that had organics or something that might be problematic in it, how we were going to deal with that. But we're very pleased that that is not the case, and it is acceptable material to be reused on site. Other studies that we've done on the engineering side are the civil engineering that included the grading studies of how to use the natural topography, but also those hills that are the fill areas, and regrade the site so that the property would balance from an earthwork perspective and also achieve a desirable and buildable look. And I think that we're also successful in that as well, in that we have a plan that needs no imported soil, and we do not have to export any soil. So that was a success. During our civil engineering studies, we looked closely at the utilities, and the utilities seem to be all in the area and of the capacity for the proposed development. So we're real comfortable with the utilities, and that includes sewer, water, storm drain, electrical, gas, cable, and telephone. The other civil engineering study that I'll explain and then come back to is the right-of-way access. The right-of-way access has turned into quite a problematic challenge for us. And I'll leave it at that because that's a big discussion that I want to hit on, and let me go through some of the other reports, and then I'll come back to it. The market study report was a report that we had prepared by a well-known market research firm that Tim and I have worked with for probably 20 years. And They have a particular specialty working with various sorts of residential units, whether they're seniors, whether they're affordable, market rate, single family homes, apartments. They really understand that product space. And so we brought them in. As all of you know, most of you know, initially the intent was for this property to be a seniors predominantly oriented project. And I think all of us believed that there was a market there. And being somebody in that demographic, I thought there was a market there for it. But I quickly learned that there is not the demand for the number of units that are contemplated for the property. And so we had to adjust our plan and come up with another mix that made more sense. And that's how we've arrived at the market rate and affordable. And I can talk more about that later, but I think that maybe that issue might be talked out, but you can tell me otherwise. Other studies we did, the phase 1, that was together with our soils and geology testing. The phase 1 tests for contamination of all kinds. We had a concern, as is typical in any sort of agricultural property, that over the decades of pesticide use, there might be some concentration in the soil. And we're pleasantly surprised to find that that was not the case. So we don't see anything from a soil or groundwater contamination that concerns us. The next issue, and this is also a significant issue, and that's the biology at the site. And the biology can be categorized into 3 particular areas. The trees and the arbor studies, the wetlands, and then habitat relating to other flora and fauna out at the site. The tree survey was a extensive endeavor to study all the trees on the property. And for those of you who have either walked through the property, been around it, or know of it, you'll know that there are a significant amount of trees. I think there were nearly 1,000. Now we studied only the trees that met a certain diameter, which I believe was 6 inches. And that amounted to roughly 600 and something trees. Of that, nearly half of those are oaks. And being a native Californian, we all feel some sort of endearment towards oaks. And I know that a lot of people in that community do as well. And so we understand that that is something that we'll need to really study and can't take lightly in our planning process. But the reality is, according to our arborist, there are too many oak trees on the property. There's a number, because of the density, the concentration of them does not promote a healthy woodland. So we understand that removing oak trees is not going to be popular, but we believe that our strategy for removing and protecting certain strands of them that are concentrated along the western boundary is beneficial for those remaining trees.
Brent?
Yes.
Hi, this is Kate Ford. I'm the president of the board. We have a regularly scheduled Summer of Learning report at 8 p.m. And I'm wondering if we could just take a pause on your report. I know that the board is very interested in all the other items as part of this report, but we want to sort of stick to our regularly scheduled report on summer learning. So may I ask you to take a pause?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll hit the pause button.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'll
Not
turn
a
it over
problem.
to our team in charge of the Summer of Learning. Do you have anything you'd like to introduce it with, Dr. Maldonado?
Thank you, Board President Ford. We definitely wanted to have an opportunity. At first thought we didn't have much to offer to the board for this report, but in retrospect, I want to thank you for that guidance and call on my colleagues, Ms. Ann Roundy Harder, Dr. Roundy Harder, and Sierra Lockridge, and Dr. Madrigal, who will give you today's report on Summer of Learning. Thank you.
Good evening, President Ford, board members, and Dr. Maldonado. I am excited to share the updates that we have. It's been a busy couple of weeks in our planning for Summer of Learning. So we're going to give you some highlights here, and then we'll have quite a few more details to share with you again at our next board meeting. Next slide, please. So first of all, we're really excited to share that we've done a lot of hiring of some awesome teachers, counselors, and other staff over the last week or so. In fact, even just as of this week. So since our last meeting, we just wanted to give you some highlights here. We did send out our teacher applications and we closed that as of the end of April. We've been reviewing the applications. This is again for our certificated staff and classified staff. We have been vetting the applications. We were really excited that we had more people apply than anticipated. And so that's always lovely because it gives us a choice and we can make the very best fit with our schools and their programs. So this is a particularly nice week to be able to share with you because this is the week that we're notifying staff of their placements. And so at the elementary level, we've been going through applications, the extended school year staff, the education services staff at the elementary level, and at the secondary level, our summer school coordinators who are current administrators as well as ed services staff, looking through the applications and making the best fit together. So typically how that happens is we have a list of all the different people who have indicated their interest and which sites they might be interested in, their credentials and so on. And then we try to make a match. So our priorities are, of course, to make a match based on credential and best fit. We try to help people be at the site that they most would like to be at for summer. So sorry about that grammar, but anyway, we're trying to make a match with where they're comfortable. And then we make it, of course, always with our students in mind. So all of those factors go into it, and we're excited that we're being able to hire so many people this summer, teachers, counselors, administrators, and classified staff. This is also the week when we've identified 6 amazing teacher leaders who have administrative credentials, who will be our new summer school administrators. And again, this is a new role. So we're excited to bring those people on board, and it helps give us a peek at how they might do in an administrative role. So it's kind of a win-win all the way around. We get extra support for summer school, and we get a preview of, you might say, the coming attractions for how they might be as future administrators for our district. So again, it's an exciting week with all of those things going on. In addition to staffing, next slide, please. We have also been busy reaching out on multiple levels. So we've been looking at the needs and the match, as I said. We've also been looking at our family outreach and developing some messaging that will be going out soon regarding that. We've been connecting with community partners, and my associate and colleague, Dr. Madrigal, will share more on that in just a few minutes with you. We've also been starting to identify some of the needs that we have around the facilities and the rooms to be used. We've been looking at different curricula that's available that makes a good match for the needs of students who are identified for summer school experiences in the summer of learning. Sierra and I have been working on transportation, and so we've been coordinating with MTD and STA in emails and other venues and meetings. And then we also know that we're going to be working with Mr. Dittman around meals and providing that for all of our students at our campuses. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that we are trying to make the best match based on need, and you might be interested to know how we do that. So we do use data to inform our decisions. So we use evidence of how the students are doing. And for that, we look at how they're achieving standards based on report card scores and based on grades. So we did work with our great Educational Technology Services Department, and they've helped us with spreadsheets on data for all of the different students in our district. And we are talking K-12 here. And then we looked at what courses we needed based on the student need. We submit those courses. Our counselors are busy reaching out at the secondary level to students around the courses that they might need. Again, that would be for Ds and Fs at the secondary level. And then students are invited to attend. So we want to reach out to our students and families in a variety of ways. I have provided a template letter for our secondary coordinators, and we'll be providing that to the elementary coordinators who are just now coming on board. Really what we want to make sure they know is this is an invitation to a warm and welcoming experience. It's designed to be a supportive summer of learning for our students. So we'll include all the details such as dates and times, and we'll have messaging coming both from school sites themselves as well as district messaging. And we're going to use a variety of media to do that, including Parent Square, written letters, our family engagement unit, and office managers will also be reaching out via phone call. So we're hoping that by reaching out in multiple ways, we can really make sure that all the kids who deserve to attend and need to attend will be there. So to that, we will be asking for confirmations from families prior to the Memorial Day holiday. And this is just to ensure that we have the best match of our staffing needs along with the students who are showing up. And just to remind you that we did have additional staffing needs this year, one for the social emotional support needs, such as extra counseling and extra safety assistance, campus aides and so on, but also because we are keeping those class sizes nice and small. And so we're in essence halving the number of students who will be in classrooms. And that's again to help build relationships and connections. Speaking of connections, we're also going to be working with some fabulous community partners in a variety of ways. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Madrigal to share a little bit more about our community partnerships. And then Dr. Madrigal, Ms. Lockridge, and I will be available for any questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening, board. Well, as always, we are very enthusiastic and very grateful to our community partners who will be joining us. The nonprofit sector has been very generous and will be able to offer additional activities for our students. Mr. Rouse, can you please update that? Thank you. And this programming will include, for example, art education, music programming and dance, STEM, of course, some summer camps, and as always, enjoying some adventures in the beautiful outdoor spaces of our county. We are very fortunate to be able to invest nearly $150,000 through our elementary and secondary emergency relief fund to be able to extend these enrichment opportunities to students who typically have not been afforded these experiences. And so as you can see, our students will be definitely enjoying some enriching and fun summer. And with that, President Ford, this concludes our presentation and we are available for any questions.
Very impressive. Thank you. Ms. Trujillo, are there any comments tonight on this item?
Yes, President Ford, we have two public comments on this item, and it's Roseanne Crawford and Moni DeWitt. I will start with Roseanne Crawford.
Hi, sound check, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Roseanne Crawford. $16 million were set aside for regressive learning mitigation. There is absolutely no reason summer school should not be offered for all. It is wrong to assign summer school by teacher-only invitation. I will go as far as to say discriminatory. All students were affected, and all students should have an optional invitation to summer school. The money is there and should be used for that purpose. There is no question that some students were more impacted than others. However, all students were shut out of school and spent a whole year in Zoom, only going back in person a few weeks ago. And all students should have this opportunity. This district made a choice to operate in Zoom last fall, not seeking a waiver when all private schools and public schools, Montecito Union and Cold Springs, opened up in-person learning and had no problem. Please offer all families equal participation and stop the divisiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Moni DeWitt.
Hello again, board, and thank you, Sandra. Yeah, so I guess the one thing, and I've been listening to this, but I have not gotten an actual number of how many students will be invited. And I think that, the discussion is interesting, but I really want an answer to that question. I wonder if anybody can just casually shout that out to me at this time. Sierra, anybody? Anyway, so yeah, how many students, that's pretty critical. And again, what I look at is that we already knew that before the pandemic, our students with learning differences, they have the lowest graduation rates. They have the lowest literacy scores on the CAP scores. And I know you're just looking at report cards and Ds and Fs, but the CAP scores are a good indicator. And they're in the last few years have been at a -113 and -105, which is really, years behind their peers. And so it's the same for the homeless, the English language learners, and really the only ones above the line are white students and our Asian students. So I really have a concern for those students. And I think, the plan is just hard to know if it's covering enough people. And I find it just, I guess, as a parent and as a community member, it's just a tiny bit frustrating that you have this like great display of different things you're doing, but there's no number. So, and then I see all these incentives going out, like 900,000 to teachers, and then you got an overwhelming response. And I love teachers, don't get me wrong, but an extra 750 a week. Do you know that if you wanted to give one of our students, one of us with learning difference or an English language learner, a tutor over summer for 6 weeks, even just in the morning, and they could do enrichment afternoon, that would really make meaningful change. And by my calculations, we have like over 5,000 or 6,000 students who are significantly behind. So just to let you know, I think it would be super helpful and kind of make parents feel a little more trusting if you actually gave the full picture, the big picture, because without knowing how many students, like what if you only are helping 1,000 students? Well, then we could practically send them all to private school for that amount of money. Do you know what I mean? Like we kind of got to see how the numbers crunching and how many students are getting in. And I really think we have desperate need out there. We know COVID has been hit certain groups the hardest, the groups that were already far behind. So somebody please just let me know how many this is. And I do agree with Roseanne as well, that it should be offered to everyone because we have a moral obligation to help the students who are behind. And as it is, it takes a lot of tutoring to help people make it up. Thank you so much. And please do answer that question. It's important to know. Thank you.
Thank you. President Ford, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. So now it's time for board members. Do you have any further questions or comments on the Summer of Learning update? Ms. Sims-Moton.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that report. And I think it's important that we want to get back to the speaker with regards to that amount so that we're clear on what we're doing and who we're serving. But I want to advocate for our youngest folks. And so are we using this opportunity to engage parents of pre-K and TK so that they're strong, getting ready to do that? So if someone could address that into how we are engaging our preschool and TKers.
I can address that. We are offering preschool summer school as well. And we are offering kindergarten for our current kindergarten and a TKK bridge in August. And we are seeking to serve at least 720 students in the elementary space, 150 in the extended school year space. We would love to be able to serve all of our students in need, but we have staffing capacity. We had a lot of applicants apply, and we are making small, meaningful cohorts so that the type of enrichment where language development and literacy and math are focused on happens in the morning and for elementary, and enrichment opportunities happen in the afternoon that just expand in their worlds and create more opportunities. So we are staffing it as tightly as we can with the applicants that came in so that we can have the most robust program possible. And I'll let Dr. Ann Roundy Harder respond to secondary because, as you know, that's a course selection, so it works a little bit differently.
Yeah, so we have about 1,000 students in the secondary space that we're identifying here. So overall, we're close to 2,000 students being invited into the Summer of Learning experience. Overall, I can get an exact number for you if you want, but that is our estimate when I was last looking at the information.
And lastly, I would just say that, as we're going through COVID, we're coming at it differently, and we will be differently. And so I know the approach is different, how we're going to support students going forward. So are we thinking of that we can offer to all of our students? Can we get there at some point? So I don't know, Dr. Maldonado, if that's something you want to answer. I mean, we have goals to do differently, so.
I think that if we were to do something that we offer to all students, we're talking about a different program, which is an extension of the school year. And I don't see that that's a foreseeable opportunity at this time.
But is it possible? I just don't, because, through COVID, we had to do things differently because we were forced to do that. So I know it's an effort to do it, but is it something is it possible to do it? And we may have to do it later, but is it possible to do that?
I think that we would have to go back to the drawing board to do so. We would have to look at dates, availability of space, almost going back to the drivers that Dr. Wagenik has shown us throughout all our COVID reports. Feasibility of space, feasibility of personnel, where we are with social distancing. If we're not, that could be a possibility.
Yeah.
And then we would have to get our members to commit, because now we also have a teacher's agreement that we would have to negotiate to make sure that they would extend their school year assignment. So there's everything is possible, but within that, there's a lot of agreements that we would have to go back to and essentially go back to the drawing board to do so. So if the board were to wish to have us pause this Summer of Learning and create a different approach, we certainly would go back to the drawing board to do so.
Yeah, certainly not suggesting that we pause, but I'm just thinking in future in terms of that question. If it's something we look at a little differently next summer or something, to incorporate what you're talking about, that has to happen.
Yes.
So yeah, thanks.
Ms. Capps.
Thank you for all the work. I'm very excited to see how robust the planning continues to be too. And with over 2,000 students, that's amazing. I guess my request would be that if there is a demand that's significant beyond those who are being invited, I don't expect there would be, but if you could flag that for the public and the board, I think that would be of interest as these invitations are going out to the highest need students. If you're finding that other families are coming forward, generally, again, I'm not expecting that, but if that has become a part of this, I do support this approach, but if it does seem as though there are other families that are not allowed to participate, if that could be shared with the board and what you're doing to address that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I definitely will work through our principals to find out what they're hearing from their parents in terms of ask or need. I do want to also share that the invitation language we're using is also signifying something different in terms of learning loss versus learning recovery language that we generally have used in the past, which means that historically, summer school is seen as something that is not a positive experience. And I think that I really appreciate the team's approach at, inviting our families, ensuring that this is a positive outcome for their students. And so I don't want the signal to be invitation is an exclusionary act, but more about including and inviting children who need some of that support, and then ensuring their families that this is in fact a positive experience for them. But to your point, I will ask the principals to find out if there are families who are looking to have that additional support in what areas. And again, as As my colleague stated, it'll be different between elementary and secondary because in high school, we're looking for specific credit recovery opportunities, which are significant to graduation as well. But yes, we will survey and send a report back to the board about that.
Thank you. And I again, just ideally, it will spark conversations that might not happen typically in summer about so many opportunities that our community provides for free for children. Summer fun, United Way, all the food that's available, all these different programs with the city, Parks and Rec. I mean, there's so many opportunities, and I feel it as a mom who has a son now back full time in school. How just you don't want to lose that camaraderie and all the enrichment that's now happening face to face. So I'm excited to hear that in these conversations that they're probably much broader than just about this summer of learning here by Santa Barbara Unified, but more expansive to what's your child need for this summer. Thank you.
Ms. Alvarez, please.
First of all, thank you. Thank you very much for all the work in coordinating this learning program. It's I know it takes a lot of effort, and I'm very appreciative of that. I have a question that it's, I know we're offering transportation to students and then also coordinating with MTD. Do we offer assistance for students who are not able to pay for MTD, or is there some kind of a program for that?
Yes, we have free and we have reduced tickets that they can get at the site or at the district office. So they do have that for MTD.
Thank you. And I'm also interested in finding out the results, Dr. Maldonado, of when you talk to the principals, if there are other families that might be interested in attending summer school. And of course, we are doing this targeted instruction in small groups that we also have to be very mindful, of course, of all the COVID protocols that we have to follow. So we have to continue being mindful of that. I would just hate to turn anybody away that it's in that group that needs that targeted instruction. So thank you for getting that data.
Ms. Munoz.
Yes, I'd also like to appreciate, all your hard work on looking at summer learning for our elementary school students and the high school students. And I appreciate Ms. Sims-Moulton asking about the numbers, because I was wondering, that was one of my questions also. I'd like to, certainly emphasize the credit recovery for the secondary students, so important, as you know, that has been, something that I've heard about from parents and students themselves. And I appreciate, also the student experience, the partnerships with all the well-rounded activities with, summer camp, dance, tutoring, nature exploration, and so forth. So I think it looks really very good. And also, the support for the elementary school students too. So thank you so much. In a limited amount of time and a changing times that we have with COVID, it's amazing that you've come up with this. So thank you.
Thanks so much. I have one question for K-8. I wonder if you could describe a little bit about what goes into curriculum curation.
Sierra, do you want to talk and then I will?
Sure, sounds good. Thanks. So we are very fortunate to have an amazing instructional lead team that is supporting us in developing the K through 5. That's the main block of our elementary summer school program. And it will insist on using our leveled library intervention system for reading, as well as illustrative math, which we will be bringing to the board next week for a proposal for an adoption for elementary. Dr. Craig Snyder and I are very happy that we have the goodwill of the Instructional Council, and we'll be bringing that forward next week. Dr. Snyder has taken all of what is called the adaptation packs, which are, what do you do when a student doesn't get something? What are the precursor lessons that need to be built up? And we're really focusing on building that math fluency and those math facts for students as an integral part of it. Additionally, CALM is providing this social emotional training for our para educators, who will be doing the supervision and the enrichment block in the afternoon. The Dos Pueblos Engineering Academy is partnering with us to do two very, very exciting STEM projects for 4th and 5th grade. And those teachers will be trained during June PL week, as well as we will have a mandatory June 4th PL day, professional learning day, for all elementary site coordinators, teachers, and paraeducators. And in terms of the language development, which is at the heart of what we need to be doing in elementary, that is going to be woven throughout with a special emphasis on using the FOSS kits that we weren't able to get to, that we adopted at the beginning of the year because of the distance learning. And now we have new kits and new designated ELD lessons to roll out to our groups. I'd also like to point out that we have hired one SPED resource teacher for each site at elementary that can really help pull students and work and co-teach in that manner to really support acceleration opportunities. We have come up with pre and post assessments so that we can have data to bring back to you on this, and that will inform our goals for next school year, as well as how we develop what I think is going to be the first of many wonderful summer programs to come. And then I'll turn it over to Dr. Ann Roundy Harder.
Thanks, Sierra. So Sierra mentioned that we have training on June 4th for elementary. We also do for the secondary teachers as well, so they can get oriented to the program. So there are three main ways that we're looking at the curriculum curation. And one is through our instructional support specialists who are lead experts in their different content areas, and they provide suggestions and ideas around the curriculum that is most appropriate for students to meet the standards. We also have teacher teams who are curating the materials together, including in some spaces, especially the junior high and La Cuesta integrated teacher teams who are partnering up to provide hands-on learning experiences that weave in both the standards, especially for language literacy and mathematics, along with social emotional learning components. So it's always great when our expert teachers get together and curate those things, and we are providing some additional funding for teachers to be able to do that. The third way that we look at our curriculum creation is in the high school space. I know you asked about junior high, but I just want to highlight that for high school, we do offer Odysseyware. And Odysseyware is an online program that's standards aligned. And so we have teachers who actually look at the Odysseyware lessons to make sure that they are aligned with what we are providing. And we do offer training specifically in Odysseyware. And again, that's also on June 4th. So really we have multiple layers of looking at the curriculum, but it's all designed to be around standards. And especially this year when we have heard over and over from you, our generous board members, that we want it to be fun, we want it to be engaging, we want it to be supportive. So we have very consciously looked at ways to bring in the elective experience, bring in those community partners, and bring in the social emotional components for our junior high students who are at a tender age. I was a middle school principal for 8 years, and I know that age very well, and they need connection, they need relationship building, and this summer more than ever. And so we are focused on academics and learning recovery, but we're also equally focused on let's make this a really great, wonderful experience for you to build some bridges with your teachers, with counselors, with school staff, and with each other as students going through the same experience.
Oh, thank you. Thank you to all three of you for really clearly thinking through so many aspects of making this program outstanding. And I think not only are you responding to what you know our student needs, but you're responding to what, as you mentioned, what the board's expectations are. So I deeply appreciate that. And time marches on. So I guess I would ask you, do you think that all your planning will be done by the next board meeting and you can report to us exactly what's going to be happening?
We'll have a lot of updates. We'll have a lot of details. We have an internal timeline, and there are many tasks that are happening this week and next week. So yes, we'll have quite a bit to share with you at our next board presentation.
That's awesome. And the only suggestion I might make is that I've had success with summer school enrollment by offering a buddy system. So if someone is invited, letting them know that they could bring a buddy too. And especially when you talk about the older kids who are so concerned with social relationships, that that might be something, especially as you look to increase enrollment. So again, thank you to all of you for this report. We're excited and we're grateful. And with that, I think it's time for us to take our regularly scheduled break, board members, since we've been going since 5:30. And if Mr. Rouse, if you'll put down the 10-minute countdown clock. As we resume our report, and then, of course, it's an action item on the Tatum property, I'll turn this back over to Brent to summarize the other work that's been done and then move on to the rest of the presentation.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. So as you can see from the list of studies and surveys that we've done, there's a significant amount of work product that we've generated to understand the property, and we feel we have a good handle on it. And more importantly, we're deeply entrenched in the site and understanding how we go forward. What I think I'm going to do, just in the essence of time, is kick it over to my colleague, Tim Kim, who is here now, and I'll let Tim carry the baton from here on.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Madam Chair and fellow board members. It's great to see you all. I've gotten a chance to spend a little bit of time with most of you over the last couple of years, and it's great seeing you all again. So as you can tell from what Brent said, we've thoroughly studied this project in innumerable scenarios and market studies and whatnot. And I think what we'll do is just kind of wrap it up with here's an overview of what our product mix is, so you kind of understand where we're going, and then we can kick it into Q&A, because I'm sure you've got plenty of questions. And they may or may not be what I'm going to address. So we'll want to get into the Q&A as soon as possible. So what if we could go to the slide that's titled Proposed Development. It's a couple of slides down. And I'm not going to read through every one of these items, but what we've done is we feel like we've come up with a really rich mix, a rich unit mix of different product types that as we're looking at what the market wants, we're actually pretty excited because we feel like this mix addresses a wide range of unit types and price points that meet the market in general, but also provide housing that could work for pretty much every range of employee that the school district has, staff, teachers, administrators, especially with bringing housing authority on board. We cover everything from extremely low and even supportive housing up to workforce housing, to moderate, above moderate, all with very nice architecture. So we're very excited about that. What we're proposing is approximately 275 market rate rental housing homes attached, as well as 56 affordable units. We're also proposing a very highly amenitized project. Within the project itself, we'll have a lot of the things you're probably used to seeing: clubhouse, pool area, barbecue pits, dog parks, all those sorts of things. It'll be very nice. But in addition to that, what's really exciting about this project is there's 9 acres at least of open space. And so we're planning some really, really nice trails, passive park, landscaping, some active park elements, which we think will be a great benefit, not only to the community that we're developing, but also to the community around us. So we have John Polanski with us, available to answer questions as well. But I think I'll stop right there. I know I threw that out kind of quick, and we'll turn it over to Q&A if that's okay. And while we're doing that, let's go ahead and skip down a couple more slides to see the site plan, so we can kind of have that up on screen so folks can take a look while we're talking. There we go.
Tim, our process is that we would also ask our public, and I believe that we have one or two public comments on this issue. So, Ms. Trujillo, is that true?
That's correct. We have
Thank you.
one public comment, Linda Honigman.
Thank you.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Linda Honigman, and I live about a block from the Tatum property. I'm going to read the League of Women Voters letter, which I believe you received on May 10th, as I'm a member. Chair Ford and members of the board, the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara is a nonpartisan political organization. We encourage informed and active participation in government, work to increase understanding of major public policy issues, and influence public policy through education and advocacy. The League supports equal opportunity in housing, and we support measures to increase the supply of safe, decent, and adequate housing for all. As stated in our previous letter dated April 26, 2021, the League strongly believes that an open, transparent government is essential to our democracy. The League is pleased to see that the school district is now discussing the project in open session. We still don't know the details of the proposed project or the contents of the pre-application to the county. We look forward to hearing what is proposed by FPA and the County Housing Authority. We strongly support the stated objective of providing affordable housing for our workforce and homeless youth. That type of housing is definitely needed in the community, and with the potential for assisting school district employees with securing housing that is more affordable and closer to work, that site appears to be an excellent match for the purpose. We encourage the district to consider all the ramifications of potentially selling the site and how the revenue can and cannot be legally used. We urge the district to continue to take a community benefit approach that acknowledges the urgent need for housing, affordable for low and moderate income residents, with a preference for local residents and workers. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Tim, I wonder if you could go over the conceptual site plan for us.
Sure, happy to. Okay, so can you all see it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I think on this plan, it would probably be best to have Brent walk through it. We've been working with our architecture planning firm quite a bit, especially over the last 2 weeks that we've been making a lot of changes. So Brent, if you could walk through this, that'd be great.
Sure. Yeah. We've made a number of different studies on the site, so feel like we have a real good understanding of the location. We have separated the development from the western site of the property and the school over there because of the dense oak woodland in that area. And so we have incorporated a community available trail that might meander through that area once it's been restored. So the focus of the development is in the central and eastern portion of the property. And we have a central entry point, which you can see in tan, roughly in the middle of the property, and that leads to a community recreation facility that will have resort style amenities and a pool and spa facility there. And the units are kind of spread out around that. Then integrated in the upper northeast corner of the property would be a parcel for the housing authority, and they have their building that they would place within the community, but at that portion of the open space and property. We have a couple different building types that are in the development and a range of product types and housing mix, but all of it is geared towards workforce housing. And I know John can talk a little bit about the local preference for low-income families in the community.
Yes, on the affordable side, the preferences that we already have in place, I know Linda mentioned local residents. We do already have a preference for people already living and or working in Santa Barbara County. We also have a preference for people experiencing homelessness. And I know one of the things that was really important to the school district would be homeless youth. School age children experiencing homelessness. I know there are a number in the district. So through our current preferences, we'd be able to house at least some of those individuals in the affordable housing. And permanent supportive housing provides the support services that are also necessary. Just really quickly, one thing I forgot to mention in the introduction, some of you may be familiar, we own a 118 unit property just to the east of this site called Positano Apartments. And that has been on the ground successfully operating, serving families and well over 200 children for about 20 years.
Great. Okay, so I know that was kind of quick, but these are our 3-story product. All the parking's on site, and we've got the pass-through road that goes, east to west there. We'll maintain the trail that passes through there so the students can go back and forth to school at the same as you have it now. And again, a really nice park type feature wrapping all the way around the property. We've kept it kind of brief, but happy to answer questions again on that.
Well, thank you so much. And now I'll open it up to board members for questions or comments. Ms. Alvarez, please.
This question is for the Housing Authority. You mentioned that right now preference is given to people that work and live in Santa Barbara and also people who are experiencing homelessness. Would it be possible to give preference to SB Unified employees?
We are researching that as you are speaking. That is one thing that came up in a very early conversation a week or two ago, and we are still researching. There is fair housing, and of course we cannot violate the fair housing regulations. So our council is actually diligently working through to see how that could be constructed. We would like to do it, and we're trying to see if we can.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is, in this proposal, there's 275 units at market rate for multifamilies and 56 affordable units. How is it determined that 56 are affordable units? May we increase that number, or what's the formula used to determine that?
That's a good question. So the affordable units, for us as a developer, when we come in, we look at what we can afford to develop, and we try and find the right balance of market rate and affordable, because the market rate are expensive and we don't generate much, if any, revenue of that, but we have to develop that site. And because the affordable they generate very low rents, they can't pay much for the land. And so it's kind of a break even on us preparing the land and delivering it to them in a graded pad and doing everything we need to do so that they can be successful for the affordable. And so what we tried to do at first, we looked at like 10% and we're like, okay, 10% is going to be too low. So then we looked at 15%. And so what we've done is we've come up with about 20%. The state you get a lot of benefits for 10%, but like we said, we thought it was too low. So we ended up with 20% of our base unit count, like of the 275 units. And that was the number that we picked. And then there's other dynamic for John and his group at the Housing Authority, because their project needs to be within a certain size range. If it gets too big, it's hard for them to get funding, and then they got to try and break it into smaller pieces. So between us and the Housing Authority, we felt like that's a really good mix.
And if I could just interject one additional point, we really love the idea of the people living in our affordable units being able to mix and interact with people at other income levels, and have the children playing together and having the adults socialize together. So we really are we have 12 different developments that we're currently working on, 2 others with FPA, and we're really trying to provide that mix where the affordable units are somewhat subsidized by the market rate units, but that the idea is to mix. And so what we're trying to do is, instead of providing several hundred units in 1 or 2 sites, we're trying to provide several hundred units in 12 or 13 sites throughout the county.
One question about the proposed, the drawing that you just showed us a few minutes ago, the concept. When we visited the property, a very important value that the community holds is their ability to walk from the side of Turnpike to the other side where El Camino School is. And this proposal, does that include keeping that access from Turnpike to, I forgot the name of the street, is it San Simeon? In
San Marcos Road.
San Marcos Road. So there's the conceptual site. Is that included in there?
Yep. Yeah, we're keeping that path, and we want the whole thing to be pedestrian friendly, bike friendly. So we want walking and bike trail that goes across the bottom of the whole site there.
Thank you. And I believe you mentioned this was about 20%. You can go up to 20% of affordable units. Is that correct? For my notes.
What we have is we have a base density based on our zoning. And so you take that base density, which in this case is 275 units, and then we do 20% of that. So it's not 20% of the total unit count, it's 20% of our base unit count. And we calculate it that way because that's how the state calculates it.
Great. Thank you. And I look forward to hearing what you find if we're able to give preference to SB Unified employees that meet that income criteria. Thank you.
Great. We are as well.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks. Ms. Capps, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to speak to the process, especially given the nature of the questions and the insightful comments from the League of Women Voters about where we are in this process, without spending too much time, because we could be here all night. But if Superintendent Maldonado or any others could weigh in after I'm done here and provide pertinent information, because again, I just think transparency and community involvement in this is very important. And this is the first time, I believe, that we're discussing in an open session.
Since the change.
Since the change, yes, exactly. So, but to back up even as far as 1993, that's when, and don't worry, I'll go fast, but that's when the Goleta Valley, Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, the previous plan was completed. And in 2008, the then Board of Supervisors reinitiated an update to that plan that took 7 years, obviously with county planners and with stakeholders, and has designated this area for development. I think as an environmentalist, I just want to make that clear that this was through an 8-year process determined as specifically as an area that should be developed. And so that's what we're doing. And that plan was passed in 2015 and still exists as the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. And so I just think that's important because it's kind of confusing the governance roles here, but it's not the Santa Barbara Unified School District saying, let's build in this open space right here. This has been designated by the Goleta community and the leaders that represent that area and county planners as an area that should be developed. And after being there and taking a tour, I would concur. So I think that's important. I also do want to respect the need that even though us as a board, because the Brown Act does dictate that negotiations on property should be in closed session. We've had a lot of time on this property, hours, and had the ability to take tours, but now it's really for the public. And the fact that we're partnering with the Housing Authority is welcome news and a wonderful development. So thanks to all involved in that, and just shows, I believe, the good faith intentions to keep this as low income and community based as possible. But really now it's time for the community to have more input, but I'm not sure exactly how that could be handled. So maybe that's something that you all could speak to, like what's next if this vote is successful this evening. And for those, especially neighbors and others who are really watching this and want to make sure that it suits the needs of the community, how can they engage if indeed at the point of, I guess at the point of sale or whenever the next step, just if someone could speak to that process, because again, I'm asking this and sort of giving this brief review in the spirit of conveying the desire to be transparent and make sure that the steps along the way are out in the public. Thank you.
Okay, that's a great question. If we could go to the next slide that's after the site plan. It lays out the really large milestones. And so I'll hit those real quick because you started with process and I wasn't sure how much of that's timing, but the ENA is the first item we're doing. And then that bridges the gap for us getting through the purchase and sale agreement. Then we have a month to clear due diligence, and what we've been pushed by staff and their council to, kind of with a sense of urgency that we need to make good progress, and we've been working on. So what we said is, hey, as soon as you give us the green light on the ENA, we'll keep working even without the purchase agreement, and we'll get going and refine this site plan and work on submittals with the county. So what we're saying, short version, is entitlement process on these usually takes about 2.5, 3 years. Then we close on the land, and then we go into construction. On the process and communicating with the public, this is really big for us. We will go through public hearings, a number of them with the county, of course, but we don't like to be surprised up there, and we feel it's very important to be talking with the community. And so what we'll be doing is a number of community outreach meetings. In today's realm, those are by Zoom and video like this. What we usually would do is meet out on site and have a number of meetings. And so that's probably coming soon. So that's great with COVID reducing. So we will have a lot of outreach, and we're happy to also present back to the board. And we would plan to do that based on the times that however you dictate those. And then we'll take the input. What we typically do is we refine the site plan, and we're pretty close now. And then we start doing that kind of outreach. That way we have something to show folks, and then we take their input, and then we make more refinements and incorporate that in our submittal to the county. We're planning to do a full environmental impact report. It's the highest level of environmental document you can do. So if any folks in the community are concerned that we're not going to address environmental issues, we have voluntarily chosen to do the highest level of environmental document. And so it will address everything, from the trees to the biological habitat, drainage, traffic, aesthetics, all of that. So I'll stop there.
No, that's helpful. Thank you, President Ford. Thank you, Tim. Thanks to the team.
Oh, thank you so much. Questions? Any other questions? Please.
Right, I have a question. First of all, appreciate the partnership between, FPA and the Housing Authority. I certainly agree with the mix, with the community, of folks of different incomes and the families being able to share in the amenities. I have a question about for Mr. Polanski with the Housing Authority. Are there existing wait lists for folks that apply for the affordable housing? Would that be of concern? I mean, just.
Sure. What we do with each new development, we establish a site-based waiting list. And so it's a little bit early for that right now. But as we're about, I would say 6-7 months away from completing construction, we'll reach out and establish a site-based waiting list.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. And let's see. Yes, and just, as the League of Women Voters said, the need for housing, as we're all aware, is so acute in our community, and for our workforce, for our families to, reduce the commuting back and forth from out of Santa Barbara to come and work here, and the impact on their families. So of course that, that is of much concern. I'm a social worker in my day job. I work at SenCal Health, so I regularly make referrals to you folks.
Yeah, and we do appreciate them. We already house district employees, by the way, in Positano and some of our other developments, and we're happy to build some more affordable housing opportunities in our partnership with FDA.
Excellent. No, thank you. I know you do a fabulous job. My other question is about the open space. And of course, this is early in the process, and this is, I'm sure beyond our purview here, but I wondered about, the preservation of the oak trees and such in the open space.
Yeah, so we will definitely study it further. We have a arborist report that's been prepared, and it has mitigation strategies to help stabilize the woodland. And what that means is thinning things out, encouraging new growth. There will be some replacement of trees out there, but there's a lot of diseased trees. There's just too many of them, quite frankly. But I think anybody who's walked along that boundary there can attest that it's really nice and pretty. And so our intent is to have it be this kind of pastoral oak woodland feel to it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you so much. I have a couple, but I'm first of all very grateful to my sister board members who asked a lot of the questions I've been thinking about. I do want to ask a couple more. How do you determine with a site as big as this and with this many residences, how do you determine that you only need one pool or a dog park or any of the things? If we're really making this appeal to families, and of course our concern is with children, is there also are there guidelines that you go by about the amenities that in particular appeal to kids? And is there a playground?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And we just put this new plan together, and it is based on, as you could guess, how many homes we have in there and what we see from other projects we have in the area. And so we will look at that, whether we do one or two. Do we do one bigger one? Do we do two small ones? But there's a very strong focus on kids, on tot lots, and other type of play areas that we think get the most use. And as Brent said, I think in the beginning, we have a pretty large presence nationwide. And so the Trinity property consultants, our property management arm, we go to them and we say, hey, for this size, what should we have? What do people like? What are the most popular? What gets the most use? So we do that very thing.
And if I could add just really quickly for the children on the affordable side, after school programs and other organized activities are really important to us. So we always provide some community-based space within the affordable units that's really geared toward helping us students when they come back with their homework and with other activities, combined with Boys and Girls Club and that type of activity.
Which is kind of a fun partnership between us and the Housing Authority, because we've already talked on other sites too about, hey, what are you offering that we can take advantage of? What are we offering that you can take advantage of?
Yes.
So it's kind of a nice partnership in that way.
I appreciate you mentioning that, because I have seen that in some other developments, that there's sort of a computer lab or a homework lab that's available for kids, and it's really popular and really important. So thanks for keeping that in mind. And I'm very happy to see that it sounds like it's going to be a dog-friendly property. That means a lot to me. I also just want to thank everyone for doing this pivot, and a lot of time has been spent by legal counsel, district staff, and also, of course, the other two entities who've been presenting tonight. And I think that the agreement was very easy to understand and easy to be supportive of. So with that, I think that we've completed every aspect of the presentation and the discussion, unless our presenters have anything else that they'd like to say before I call for a motion.
Well, I think we just like to say thank you all for your time and for working with us. Your staff's been really great, as has Craig and his team.
Yes, and I'll echo that. We really appreciate the time, and we really appreciate the support for the housing and particularly the affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Sounds great. Okay, so board members, I'd like to know if I can ask for a motion to approve this item number 2, the accompanying exclusive negotiating agreement with Fowler Properties Acquisition Multifamily Development.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Capps. And a second, Ms. Alvarez. So all in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
This motion passes unanimously. And we'll move on.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Maldonado, did you have an announcement you wanted to make?
Yes, Board President Ford, I'd like to pull item G8 from our action agenda this evening. We would like to take some time to create a little bit more coherence around a K-12 pathway in our mathematics instruction. So we will bring this item back to you at our next meeting.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. All right, board members, that takes us on to resolution number 2021-35, the resolution of the Board of Education of Santa Barbara Unified authoring the issuance of, 2021-22 tax and revenue anticipation notes. Ms. Jette, please.
Thank you, President Ford. Yes, tonight a resolution is before you, and I'm going to bring on Lacey Preston to help us with this presentation. But every year,
that's not the right slide. Just so people know.
There's no slide for this.
I know that's a word.
But we do a TRAN, a tax revenue anticipation note every year, because now that we're community funded, we get our property taxes twice a year. And so we need an advance from on cash to make it through each until like October, December, when the property taxes come in, and then again in April. And one of the reasons why we have to do, another reason why we have to do this is we have to make sure we pay our charter schools on the 15th of every month. They're not able to get a TRAN, so we need this cash flow. We have cash flow problems just because of the way the property taxes come in. So Lacey is with us, the Director of Fiscal, to speak a little more about this.
So we also included a graph to kind of show you exactly what we're talking about with the property taxes coming in December and April, and how the other months, how our cash kind of dips really low, and how with the TRAN, we're looking at a $14 million TRAN. This helps us stay positive in regards to our cash. Just to let you know, in regards to the projections that we prepared in developing this cash flow, We went more on the conservative side with our property tax estimate, and we did a 4% growth in AV. And we will continue to update this cash flow projection as we get new information and as the budget is finalized by the governor for next year later this month. May covered a lot of what I was going to discuss. So before I ask for questions and approval, I just want to point out a correction that we were notified of yesterday by Morgan Stanley. In the resolution, it states that the underwriter discount shall not exceed 0.03%, and that should have been 0.3%. The resolution has since been corrected. So we will open it up to any questions from the board.
Thank you so much. Mr. Trujillo, are there any public comments on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Thank you. So board members, any questions or comments? Ms. Alvarez.
Ms. Preston, could you tell us about how much this loan will cost us, including projected interest and the loan fees, please?
So interest is coming in relatively low. We've been advised that the interest will be below 1%. Annually, we've been noticing that the costs have been coming in around $100,000. And that's just the cost for the underwriter and advisors and bond disclosure counsel that we all work with. There is also interest expense that we will incur. Over the last 4 years, we have sold these notes at a premium, which gives us a little extra to help cover those costs. So we're looking at coming in about having to pay out around $100,000.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other comments or questions from board members? Seeing none, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve item number 3, the resolution authorizing the issuance of 2021-22 tax and revenue anticipation notes, trans.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Sims-Moten. And is there a second? Ms. Alvarez as the second. So all in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Aye, this motion passes unanimously. And on to some more action items. Number 4, approval of the employment agreement with Dr. Fran Wagenet, the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. I'll turn it to Dr. Becchio.
Thank you very much. Good evening, board members. I'm actually very pleased to bring this item forward to you, the renewal of Dr. Wagenek's contract. As you have been privy to her body of work, particularly in the student services area, and most notable, I think, her work in the area of social emotional well-being of our students and some of the comprehensive programs that she has brought and led in our district. And so with that, I wanted to turn this item over to Superintendent Maldonado for a couple comments before your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vecchio. Board members, board president, I just want to say that I'm very proud to bring forward Dr. Wagenek's contract. And were it not for her great leadership during this pandemic, we wouldn't have been able to really take the time that we needed to learn all that we needed to and inform everyone in our system in a way that has kept everyone safe as possible as we can with all the means that we have. So it's my pleasure to bring that forward to you, and I hope you'll support that coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments on this item?
Thank you, President Ford. We have one public comment.
Please.
Monique DeWitt.
Yeah, thank you again, Sandra, and thank you, board. I'll just keep it brief, but yeah, Dr. Wagenek, I know you work hard in the district. I have a deep concern for what's happening for those students with learning differences, our English language learners and foster youth. And I guess one thing I just want to shout out at this time is that I think it would be really helpful for the board to try to be, or the you as a staff member and the community of educators there to be maybe more responsive and engaging with parents of students with differences, as well as actually asking students of differences and socioeconomic hardship and their experiences. And one thing I just want to add is that we speak about students with differences. We talk about them, even superintendent and other people publicly refer to them as students with disabilities. And I know that has its basis in some laws, but it actually, I just have to tell you, it's kind of offensive because there's nothing really disabling about these students. I am one, my son is one, I know them and advocate, but we are just students with a learning difference. And sadly, when you really look at it in the big picture, it's the system that hasn't learned how to meet these students' needs. And I just would invite you to be maybe a little bit more engaging to the people who come from these groups and are trying to influence our current culture on how we teach people to read. And there are easier ways to do it than we're currently doing it. And I also really would like to just see our district call students with differences. It's just so much more respectful, at least in conversation. I know technically to get, an IEP and stuff, you have to be technical, but I find it offensive. And I would just like to lay that out there and hope that we have a culture that's more respectful, because many students with differences are frankly brilliant, very empathetic, entrepreneurial, and visionary. And we need to stop stigmatizing them as if there's something wrong with being a student with learning differences. So thank you. And I hope you kind of take that with you in your next tenure. And also, if we could have just a knowledge of what the salaries are and stuff, just so we remain competitive and we keep the monies going to the classroom, to the students who need it. And thank you very much. Appreciate you listening.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. Board members, any questions or comments?
I would just like to say, Dr. Wagner, having come in 2016 and see the growth that you've done in terms of really listening and taking intake from the public comments and making the necessary adjustments to ensure that our students are getting we're meeting their needs. And so I just want to appreciate where we come from in 2016 to where we are now, and certainly to appreciate your work during the COVID time. So thank you.
Ms. Capps.
I'd like to echo that about this last year. It's been hard on so many, but we've had the ability to see how hard you've worked and how much you've shouldered as the assistant superintendent for student services during a pandemic. And so I just want to acknowledge that with full support of this resolution, and thank you for all the hard work.
Thank you. And Ms. Alvarez, please.
Yes, I too want to say thank you for all your work relating to COVID and all the coordination and everything you've done. We really appreciate it. And the students, of course, have benefited from all the knowledge and getting all the protocols in place. So thank you for doing that.
And I'd just like to also mention that I think it's you're a tremendous asset to this district. When I think of you, I think of your dedication, your perseverance. I think about your responsiveness to the board, your responsiveness to me, and also the leadership that you've shown, as we've all mentioned, during COVID-19. But above all, Dr. Wagner, I know you care about our students and you care deeply for them. And for that, I thank you. And I'm very much in support of this action item. So with that, may I have a motion to approve this contract?
So moved.
Ms. Capps, thank you. And a second? Ms. Alvarez. All in favor, board members, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Aye. This motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Now on to Dr. Becchio's discussion of the approval of the employment agreement with Mr. Brian Rouse as Chief Information Officer.
Yes, thank you very much. This is also an honor to bring this forward. Brian Rouse is a product of our schools, Washington, Santa Barbara Junior, Santa Barbara High. He came back to serve our district in 2015. As you know, recently he's filled in for us this spring in Mr. Rickman's absence, and you recently approved his appointment as Chief Information Officer. This contract is, we are thankful he's agreed to the terms of the contract, and it's being brought before you for approval. I would open the floor to Dr. Maldonado if she has any comments to make.
Thank you, Dr. Vecchio. And similar to Dr. Wagenek, I call him Dr. Rouse, honorary doctor degree, has been key during this pandemic to ensure our children have the devices that they need, the internet connectivity, solar powered chargers, headphones, technology tools for our teachers, always looking for that next innovation that's going to make the work easier, keep us connected. An incredible amount of knowledge in the software and information systems, and we're again lucky to have them. And of course, as a superintendent, it always gives me pride, just like Dr. Wagenek, who's a graduate of Santa Barbara Unified, to hold them both up as role models in our school district of what is possible, and so that our students can know that they too can work for Santa Barbara Unified at some point. But thank you again to Mr. Rouse, who's been key as I transition as a new superintendent here, to both Dr. Wagenek and Mr. Rouse particularly. Thank you.
Sure. And Mr. Hio, are there any public comments about this item?
No public comment.
All right, thank you. Then I'll turn it over to board members for comments or questions. Ms. Alvarez, please.
During the pandemic last year, when March 2020, when we were just feeling our way, I had the opportunity to visit many families and help them with hotspots and this and that. And there's so many stories, but one of them that I recently had was of a family that is one of our families at SB Unified. And the student was telling me how his iPad wasn't working and how he came to the district and they gave him another one. And the point was of the service, the care that he received from your department. So on behalf of all those students, I want to thank you for that. And thank you for your leadership. And I'm so glad that you're here with the Santa Barbara Unified family and supporting Dr. Maldonado and all of the students out there. So thank you for doing that, Mr. Rouse.
Thanks. Any other comments? Ms. Capps.
I just want to congratulate you and thank you for stepping up. It means a lot that you've done so, and I hope you feel the support of your leadership now and also your potential in this job going forward. Thanks.
And Ms. Sims-Moten.
Hi, Brian. As you remember, I came on in 2016 and I said, Brian looks very familiar. I was actually working in a first grade class, and I didn't want to give him an age up, but I was assisting in that class and he was there and I remembered him, and always so kind and helpful even then as a probably 7-8-year-old. So I just want to say congratulations, and I've seen the actual growth with you and how well he is, does it right. Because when I came, I'm looking for the back button. He's like, Miss Simpson, there's no back button on the iPad. So he was very, very nice about telling me, no, I need to educate you on some things without telling me like, girl, you need some help. But he didn't do that. He was very gracious in doing that. And so I've seen that. And so this is a position that's well-deserved. We've seen you work through it, and you're always just so gracious when you're working with those who don't know what they're doing, forgot their password, all of those things. So I certainly want to personally appreciate you for your patience at time. And there's still 3 more years, so don't get too comfortable. I'm sure I have more questions. So congratulations. I fully support this.
I too, Mr. Rouse, am very excited about your new position. I'm always impressed. I know about your vision for technology and also the fact that you have tremendous deep knowledge and also dedication to this district. To me, you're always very professional. And as Mrs. Sims-Moten said, very patient when, over and over there are questions. I so appreciate that. And your professionalism goes toward that total can-do attitude. If anybody asks you if they can do something, you say sure. And if anybody asks you for help, you say no problem. And that's the kind of person we want as a visionary in technology. So thank you. I support this motion for sure for approval. And so I'd like to call for the motion from one of my board members, please. Ms. Alvarez has the motion, and how about a second? Ms. Capps then. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. This motion passes unanimously. We're on to item number 6, which is the approval of the 2021-24 countywide expulsion plan. And for that, I will turn it over to Dr. Wagener.
All right. Well, thank you, board. And the document you have before you was developed by the Santa Barbara County Education Office in their Office of Educational Services. Every 3 years, the state requires county offices of education to update their countywide expulsion plans. As for our district's involvement, I was asked to report our current district action plan, meaning where are students placed when they are expelled. And I was also asked to complete a survey where I reported our district's prevention and intervention programs that we use in order to reduce the number of expulsions. All districts in the county were asked to take this document to their boards for approval in the month of May, and the document will be going to the Santa Barbara County Education Office Board on June 3rd for its approval. So at this point, I will open it up for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Very clear. Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments, please?
Yes, we have one public comment, Ms. Moni DeWitt.
Yes, thanks again, Cindy. Yeah, sorry, board. These topics tonight are just very impactful, particularly for our students with learning differences. They are disproportionately impacted on expulsion rates. And I know you're all concerned and you read about them, but last year, the year before COVID, theirs increased 4.2%, and as well as the English language learners and the foster youth. And the reason why I'm so concerned about this is just, and I do offer a different perspective, but I think if we changed our culture around literacy, it would impact these expulsion rates, because what I've personally experienced with many students who are behind in this way, if they're not, kind of up where their peers are by the end of the 3rd grade, then by the time they hit adolescence or middle school, they start to, the social emotional facts of just being behind combined with adolescence kind of translates into behavioral problems. And many students then who also have economic issues, and we know we have the 2nd highest poverty rate in the county, you mix that cocktail together and these students wind up getting expelled, suspended, because they don't feel good about being at school. So again, I would just be delighted to respectfully be part of a team that actually responded if Fran wanted to talk to me or anybody, because I've actually researched this. I'm very passionate about it. And I think that changing the cultural literacy is going to impact these numbers, and I think it's well worth us looking into. And I really hope you see it as a collaborative effort and not a criticism, but more like, hey, you might be missing something that the people who experience it know. And there are changes. And I want to point to Oakland. There's a little trailer on a movie, but I've contacted them, and the Right to Read. And it's really apparent that they have associated with equity because simply of these delays and people don't catch up. So I really am reaching out to you and would like, somebody to just reach back and respond. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. So now that we've had public comment, I wonder if there are any comments or questions from board members about this action item. Ms. Sims-Moten.
Yes, thank you for this report. I would ask, as I'm looking, I believe it's on page 9, where she's talking about the programs that we're offering or interventions that we're offering. And I'm wondering if in our plan, do we have early learning incorporated in this, because the main things that we're talking about, building resilience, trauma-informed care, how are we marrying those two? Because some of this can really be preventive as opposed to intervention, which is a large part of what we have to do. So in our plans, I'm wondering if we could maybe marry somewhere where we're working with our preschool or early learning programs to reduce some of the intervention parts.
Or 12 in this somewhere. But I'm on.
No.
No, it's not. Okay. Anyway, I mean, absolutely yes. And you know, we know what the research shows and has shown for 40 years, and that's that those who do not read on grade level by third grade have an exponentially higher risk of dropping out. In July, I'm going to be bringing you, as promised, and maybe folks, this was the last board meeting right before COVID hit, and I did a presentation about our discipline. And I said, we're going to go out and do a root cause, and we're going to bring our guidelines back to you with a new way of doing business. And that's going to come to you in July, and then go in August for approval. And we're in the stage right now where we're engaging stakeholders in review of our document. And so all that to say that, yeah, it absolutely has to start with the work that Daisy is doing in preschool all the way up. I mean, the prevention we do is the best intervention. So you're gonna get me all fired up, but no, I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm there and ready to do that. I mean, this is one of the things that we're working on at, all 58 counties of First Fives, and it just has to be in our language. It's just innate in everything that we're talking about for future things. What are we looking at the prevention side of that, and what do we need to do with that? And I am always saying, stand very willing and ready. Here, First Five Santa Barbara, and then bringing all the best practices from First Fives across the state to be able to incorporate it in our plans. So when we're talking about our discipline, it's very much integrated in our plan of what we're doing to prevent this, and we'll start to see that and how do we measure that. So I'm excited about that and really want to, whatever you're going out to do, I think the early learning community has to be a part of our plans of making sure that our students are a success, because it starts there. Even a parent university, understanding, getting the parents really early at that point in support of them. So I'd like to see the language on those pieces, that we have some kind of way that we're integrating early learning and how we're planning to for success of our students.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other comments, please? I'll just add that I think that obviously this is an issue about addressing the needs of the whole child. And yes, literacy and math and social emotional learning. And that's why I'm so excited about the multi-tiered systems of support. But that's the next item. So with that, I'll call for a motion to approve item number 6, the 2021-24 countywide expulsion plan.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Sims-Moden. And a second. Ms. Alvarez is the second, so please, all in favor, signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Aye. This motion passes unanimously. And now, on to number 7, the approval of positions to implement multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, to address learning recovery. Dr. Becchio.
Thank you, board members. And this is a true team effort. And so to begin the presentation, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wagenek. And Ana Escobedo.
All right, Ms. Escobedo is going to start us off.
Good evening, board members, President Ford. and all of Santa Barbara. I'm so excited to finally be able to speak to you tonight. It has been quite the night of information and exciting details that we've been talking about, but also just as exciting is our MTSS update that we have promised you since back in November. And next slide, you will see something that should be a little familiar to you now. We want to really start, the last time we spoke to you about this framework of MTSS was when we spoke to you about our significant disproportionality plan and report back in November. And so much has happened since then, including our real identification of our why as a district. And so our why as a district has come into clear focus through a student-centered lens. In order to ensure positive climate and culture, accountability and equity through a diverse and responsive workforce, effective family engagement, and inclusive teaching and learning through sustainable daily operations and supportive health and wellness, we have recognized that we have to put students at the center. And so while many students in Santa Barbara Unified achieve academic success and graduate prepared for college and career, others leave our system lacking the skills necessary for post-secondary success. It is what we are considering an educational debt that we owe them, and are now organizing all of our human and fiscal resources to pay that debt off. This is our why. This is why we exist as an educational system. And now we have this visual that we can speak to so that everybody can understand this journey that we are on. Next slide. So if that was our why, the next natural question is how? How do we accomplish organizing and mobilizing all of our actions around student-centeredness? We have established a series of student-centered goals that demonstrate our commitment to ensuring how we back our promise of every child, every chance, every day. How does our district engage in transformational change that yields positive results for all students? We believe that when we begin with students in the center, we must then prioritize investing in people, not programs. Direct services to students, services for all students in all of our school sites, and in the last couple of board meetings, including tonight, you have all seen what we are doing and how we are preparing to do just that. Now that we have shared our why and our how, we want to share with you what we are going to do to make good on that promise and accomplish our priorities. So the next slide really gets into this MTSS framework. So what is MTSS? California MTSS is built on the premise that universal support, which includes academic, behavioral, and social emotional, must be provided to all students. MTSS is a framework. It is not a program. It is not something that streamlines. It is the streamlines proven. MTSS streamlines proven best practices and approaches and programs so that all students can benefit based on their individual needs. And to make sure that no one falls through the cracks, it is something that students cannot be put into. It is something that all students receive. It's designed to help schools identify struggling students early on as a preventive measure, which we heard our board members talking about earlier. And it's a way to intervene quickly through prevention and, if necessary, intervention. There are 3 tiers of instruction, and each student is at least in one of them. And you're probably kind of familiar with these 3 tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Tier 1 being the universal support, which means all students get everything they need through strong first instruction and preventive approaches to accessing core quality instruction. And so for most of our students, about 80 to 90% of our students will only need this. But there will be some students who will need that tier 2 supplemental support, which means that they will still get their tier 1, but on top of that, they will need some supplemental and targeted interventions. And about 15 to 20% of our students will need that type of support or intervention to help improve their academic, social, emotional, or behavioral needs. Tier 3 is that intensive support level, which really does focus on just a few of our students who, again, are still receiving tier 1, probably receiving tier 2, but still need additional support. And it may not be in all areas, but it might just be in one. And about 1 to 5% of the students will be needing this type of support, this type of intensive support. And this could possibly lead to possibly special education services. And although MTSS will look a little different at each school site, the key components of the framework are collaborative decision-making, use of data, differentiated instruction, and proactive targeted interventions. But what are the true benefits? That's really what we are looking for. What is the benefit of the MTSS and what is the impact it can have on our students in our district when we're doing this systemically? We know that when MTSS is being done consistently and systemically across a district, you can have results such as increased academic performance, improved attendance, lower suspension and/or dropout rates, positive school culture, and of course, support for the well-being of the social emotional for our students. We have pockets of MTSS implementation and success across our district, but we need to establish a systemic process of multiple tiered supports that ensure all our students are receiving what they need academically, behaviorally, and social emotionally by building systems through a cycle of continuous improvement to continue to learn and add to what we are already doing. Our identification as a district with significant disproportionality has propelled us to begin this work and the development of our very own Santa Barbara MTSS framework. Now, to hear a little more about these details and our next steps and actions, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Wagener.
Thank you, Ms. Escobedo. So, Board, the research is very clear that a positive school culture, positive school climate is associated not just with academic achievement, but effective behavior responses, but also the social emotional growth of the child. And Ms. Sims-Moten was talking about a preschool, and I think about preschoolers, and they run into school, and they're happy and they're joyful when they're in school. And somehow along the way, by high school, and part of it's because they're too cool to kind of show that they're joyful, but part of it is like the joy's not there anymore. And really, when I think of this approach in a multi-tiered system of support, we're guaranteeing that students don't fall through the cracks, that they don't lose their joy for learning, that it doesn't become drudgery. And so the greatest contributors to school climate are supportive environmental conditions that foster relationships, that's the social emotional, instructional strategies that support motivation and self-efficacy and agency, but also individualized supports on behavior, but also that are academic. And so these three circles here, academic, behavior, and social emotional, next slide, please, really represent our districts, and it's not just our districts, obviously, but how we conceptualize our conceptual framework for our multi-tiered systems of support for it. And that's the whole child framework. So a multi-tiered system of support communicates that the belief that in order for a student to reach their highest potential, the needs of the whole student has to be considered. Every learner has academic, social, emotional, and behavioral needs, every single one. In addressing the needs of the whole student with intention, the student then has the greatest opportunity to learn, grow, and achieve. So MTSS is not just about students who are obviously in need of interventions. It's also about the students who are hyperachieving and have needs of their own that are possibly social, emotional, or behavioral. So as Ms. Escobedo shared earlier, MTSS, multi-tiered system of support, is a philosophy. It's not a thing you do to someone, but rather it's a philosophy that considers all kinds of learners, make sure that every student's getting the instruction that they need, and making adequate growth. It's designed to help schools identify struggling students early so that interventions can happen quickly. Now, next slide, please. A crucial component of MTSS is the ability to determine through a cycle of inquiry which students need more extra interventions beyond what all students get, that tier 1. And so really that is primarily what our district needs to focus on, is identifying quickly which students are struggling and determining interventions. And so what we're showing here is some examples of metrics that we will use in order to make those determinations regarding the needs of our students. So next slide. So in a few moments, Dr. Becchio is going to bring to you a slate of new positions to support our MTSS work. What we've presented tonight is the adoption of a district-wide multi-tiered system of support. This represents transformational change that we cannot minimize. This is big. But how will we accomplish this change? Beyond the proposal that Dr. Becchio is going to bring to you, we also are going to be bringing to you on May 25th a contract to engage the services of Swift Education to help us through this transition. Next slide, please. So transformational or second order change is also sometimes called frame breaking change because it literally alters an organization's operating structure. And this transformation that we're going to be embarking on will change our processes. It will change our staff. But most importantly, it will change for the better our students. And as such, we'll be proposing that we enlist the support of Swift Education Center to support the installation of MTSS via an equity-based framework that focuses on inclusion for preschool through grades 12 to support the district and school leadership teams as we facilitate the installation of these new practices. Also to provide professional learning that's needed for effective implementation of the framework, and finally to conduct and monitor the evaluation processes to make sure that we are on the right track and moving forward. So again, I'll be bringing a report and a contract to you on May 25th. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Becchio to present the slate of positions to support our MTSS goals.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I want to turn the board's attention to the document that I put together with the team related to the staffing positions that'll support the work of MTSS. It's a multi-page document. And before I turn it over to you for questions, I just wanted to make a couple comments about the document, walk you through some elements of it that I think are really important to bring forward. The first is that each of the positions on this document has a administrator responsible. And so I listed that there because as you may have questions come up, either myself or that particular administrator may answer those questions. I also wanted to turn your attention to the bottom line at the very last page, which is $9,526,893. What we're bringing forward tonight, and I wanted to make this point to the board very clear because you have expressed repeatedly to us that you are very interested in having the dollars coming in from emergency relief funds going directly to classrooms and schools. And so one very critical point about this is that every position in here, I'll actually make an exception on 2 of those, but every position in here will be direct services at the school sites to students. That's $9 million infused into our district of services directly to students, families, teachers at school sites and classrooms. The 2 positions that I made an exception for are the purchasing and the HR position. And those simply are that we do need to have some support in those areas for the purchasing and hiring of these positions. The other point I wanted to make is about this is pretty aspirational. There's a lot of hiring if you look at this document. And, in terms of HR, we have had several meetings about how we're going to structure ourselves over the next several months just to try to make this happen and make these hires. So we're prepared for that difficult work, and we're going to have goals and objectives and work to meet those. Also wanted to mention that there's job descriptions embedded in this document, and I hope you had a chance to look at those. Those are being brought forward for your review and then approval with this particular item. And so if this does get approved as a whole, those job descriptions will go into effect upon approval. The last comment I'll make before I turn it over is there is an office manager floater position you may have noticed in there. That does say 1.0 FTE, but I wanted to point out that that is for a half a year. So it really should say 1.0 for half a year or 0.5 FTE. We just wanted to put that position in place for 6 months, see how that space is panning out, and if we have to extend it, we'll come back and we'll ask for additional time. It's been an area that we've had to backfill quite frequently, and it's left schools without that position for days, sometimes weeks, and so we don't want to have that happen. With that, I will go ahead and turn it over to the board for any questions you might have about the positions. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Mr. Hio, are there any public comments on this item?
Yes, President Ford, we have one public comment. Ms. Moni DeWitt.
Yes, hi board. So my interest in the multi-tiered system is partially, I'm wondering, is there LCAP money supporting this $9 million? I just want to know what the sourcing is. I missed that. And for Ms. Escobedo, I like your cheery presentation, but you mentioned that when it gets down to students with differences, that it's just a few. And I guess my question to the board is, when I look at the CAP scores, there are over 801 that are in negative 105, English language learners 919, homeless youth below the line, negative 49. There's 1,200 of them. And so, Latinx, 4,000, a little over actually. And I see that there is, one of the goals is to decrease the disproportionality of Latinx in special ed. And I have also heard the superintendent speak about this on the city council. And my concern is that some of the Latinx who are behind do deserve an IEP, and that gives them special protection, individual education plan. And it also allows them extra time on tests, extra time for SATs, and things that protect them in college. If you do not give these students who qualify under specific learning disorder, as well as some of them can be dyslexic too, because 20% of the population is, then we're actually doing them a disservice because they're not getting, those accommodations are not tracking with them throughout their career and when they can go on to a 4-year college. So I think we need to just take a step back from, getting English language learners out of special ed when they may be significantly behind and they may be struggling with language for multiple reasons. And I also know that the district does profit from English language learners. They get more for them, and yet students with disabilities actually are more expensive. And so I think we do need to, just address that and be sure we are not building our tiers to just kick people out of special ed who need those protections that by law they deserve. So I'm very concerned about that. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And President Ford, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any further questions or comments? Ms. Alvarez, please.
Well, first of all, thank you for bringing this forward and for explaining in such detail what MTSS is. I know it becomes something very common to us, and we talk about MTSS, but it's very important that we review what it is and what it entails. So thank you. And I have a few questions and a few comments. We are expecting to receive 37.5 million. This is what Ms. Chate provided us. And in this proposition for staffing supports, several of the funding sources are the ESSER 3 monies, which are required to be spent by September 2024. So I'm wondering if it would be best to look at our staffing plan and our funding source and see if we can start spending the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant first, which is due by August 2022, and then deep into the other funds. So that's one comment. And then as far as the positions that are going to be supporting the students directly, which I think it's wonderful. How you mentioned a little bit how we are going to measure success and the expected outcomes. Are we keeping track of the before and the after the data so that we can have a true picture of our process and if we need to change anything, or how have we instead of an intervention, we are creating a prevention, right? So that's one question that I have.
I believe you're asking if through this process we'll be doing a cycle of reflection and improvement and seeing if in fact these positions and these moves are going to make a difference with our measures. Did I capture that correctly?
Yes. I also like to know the before and after. So if you say, well, at the beginning, this number of students, for example, early literacy, right? That's going to be a method of it. That's going to be something that we're going to be implementing. We had this number of students that were struggling. Now with this systems in place, we've improved by 2%, 5%, 20%.
So if Mr. Rouse, if you could show the slide again on MTSS that had what we will measure. I want to share that this is the beginning of a dashboard we want to create for each school site with these measures in mind under the academic, social, emotional, and behavior. And this is a beginning way for us to determine exactly what it is that we will be looking for as a means of measuring our progress. And we do have on there early childhood through DRDP, Ms. Sims-Moten, and I know that one of the number 5 under academic Latino student enrollment in advanced courses is in response to the A through G demands from the Future Leaders of America as one, but All of these will be disaggregated by the subgroups of students by race, language, and poverty rate. So even though that number 5 is called out for that particular subgroup, these are all meant to be disaggregated by each of the subgroups. As we create this dashboard, every principal will be given their baseline. This is where you are today based on this, and we hope to complete this work in the summer so that principals receive a baseline of achievement in these areas and then set goals for their school sites on how much they intend to grow these by. So we will go through this process in the summer with our school principals and others, and every single one of us has a piece of the support systems that it will take so that schools are successful, always making decisions with students and these data points at the center of all our investments, whether it's human or structural or fiscal, whatever that may be.
Thank you. Then a couple of other questions. On the para-educators, the bilingual para-educators, it says 30. How was it determined that it's 30? Is every site going to get, or every classroom? I'm wondering, my question is, is 30 enough? That's my question. How did we determine 30 is the magic number?
Well, frankly, in my years as a teacher, many years ago, we all had a paraprofessional, so you would want to match every teacher with one, but we won't probably get to that number. I do want to say that it's a very aspirational goal to get that many bilingual paraeducators. We do believe that there is a pool out there that we need to tap into, and so our hiring practices will need to look a little different, and that goes back to our diverse educator workforce that we really want to tap into. As to the number of 30, I'll ask Dr. Becchio on how we arrived at that number, please.
Yeah, I will actually turn it over to Ms. Escobedo in the elementary space, because that's really what this particular 30 positions is targeted at.
I'd be more than happy to answer that. So back to Dr. Maldonado's point, ideally, and in a true multi-tiered system of support, you have in that tier 1, in that first instruction, some type of differentiation as well. And in order to really do that, you ask any teacher, that requires some additional hands-on support, which comes in the form of a paraeducator, general ed paraeducator, preferably bilingual, especially when you have a population of students that, a high population of students that speak a language additional to English. And so in my ideal world, we would have at least one para per grade level per school site. And so in my ideal world, it was 60 para-educators. But in the real world, and knowing the limitations and just the historic, just even since I've been here in August, staffing limitations that we have in hiring, very specifically para-educators, we are starting with 30 so that we can at least have one per every 2 grade level spans at each of our elementary school sites, and or making sure that our bigger school sites are receiving the supports that they need based on the need of, EML populations or students with special needs, et cetera. So lots of factors, but again, we're starting with a number that we think we can fill.
Thank you. I want to make sure that the teachers know how it's going to be distributed and who is getting an instructional assistant or a paraeducator in their classroom. And then also I see that you are proposing 30 teachers to reduce class sizes. And I think that's wonderful. Again, my question is, how did we determine 30, and is that enough? And I do understand, and I want to emphasize, this are 1-year positions depending on funding. So I totally understand that, and I want to make sure that that's emphasized. So question is.
So I can't answer that one. This one's in my domain. So yes, there actually I failed to mention, but should at this point, these funds If you notice the funding source on the right, and I mentioned the emergency relief funds. So these positions are annual positions, and so we'll look at them again, and then consider whether there's something we're going to continue to leave in place or discontinue. So, but in terms of the extra staffing, so what we've had to prepare for is the 3 feet distancing. What we did in the elementary was, we looked at the current staffing, and then we took our spreadsheet and changed the class size in our spreadsheet calculation so that it has roughly the class size that we would need to have a 3 feet distancing in our classroom spaces on average. And when we did that, we noticed what the delta was between the current staff we have and what we would need for that. And so that is actually the 20 you see in the elementary, the 20 extra staff. In the secondary, we did a similar project where we asked principals to look at their course requests and then make the calculations based on a class size that they believed they would be able to do the 3 feet distancing. That ended up being around 30 across all our secondary sites rather than 33 or 35. And so that's how we came to that number of 20 FTEs. It's actually 40 there between the two.
So yeah, 20 and 20. Well, thank you. In speaking with several teachers, their interest is, of course, having smaller class sizes because that makes a big difference. So I think this is great. And I know it's going to be a challenge to hire all the staff. I mean, I hope you do. I know it's a big challenge. It's a lot of people, but I really hope you do. And then I have just one last question. I didn't see us getting extra support for facilities. Is that something that we've already done? Do we have enough facility staff? I mean, we're adding one HR person. I totally get it. One purchasing person. And then we talk, what about facilities?
Yeah, good question. Well, I will mention, and I'm not sure about future planning around facilities, but we did add additional facilities staff in this past year. If you remember, we hired 6. Okay, so they were 3 painters, I think, and carpenter, a plumber. Yeah, so we have added staff there. It doesn't mean that we may not see a need arise in the future, but we did add some this year.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments or questions? Ms. Sims-Moten, please.
Yeah, I just thank you for this report and the slide about what we're going to measure. I really appreciate you, Dr. Maldonado, explaining that this is going to be using these as using these measuring maybe indicators to say baseline. We're starting right here, so that gives us an idea of who's where and where do we need to start and where do we need to go. I appreciate that because oftentimes, because we have our smaller subgroups, we're not able to really say what's going on because of the anonymity that would be lost with regards to that. And sometimes I think that's twofold, certainly to protect, and I understand that. But it also, I think on the other side, flip side of that, it doesn't say that they might be doing really well. Just because it's a small number, you only get one view of it, right? So I'm hoping that the way that we're measuring now, those smaller subgroups will be able to show the success that is going on. I don't know if that still will be an issue because I don't know the number is going to necessarily grow. But I think we can use this opportunity to where you don't feel invisible because of protecting for anonymity, that you're able to now show it through the measure. Is now.
So these measures are internal, they're not meant to be public, and they're meant for us to be able to see every single child through these different measures. And that's the intent of the MTSS system. Yeah. That's the intent of these new positions. We won't be making them public. We'll make high-level public data points to protect anonymity when it's appropriate to do so. But for our internal work in our system, we will look at every single child.
Right. So just, I agree with that. And I'm on board with that. I just think that sometimes it gets overlooked at the success in those smaller groups. And so I don't know how we say that because you still kind of feel like, well, it just feels like there's something wrong, but really you're just trying to, the higher part is protect but it all doesn't also show the success that may be happening as well. So we might, even in your internal data, how can we share that maybe at parent group or whatever, so it's so that people are aware that there's some success and we are moving in the good direction. Okay.
Thanks. I think it's just important that we put this on a super fast forward. I think the combination of the cycles of inquiry, which have to be driven at every campus, the use of data early and often, the positive support that happens early, really has the potential to revolutionize the way we meet the needs of all the students in our schools, but we cannot do it without these positions, so I strongly support them. And with that, I wonder if we have a motion to approve the positions to implement multi-tiered systems of support to address learning recovery.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Capps. And a second. Thanks, Ms. Alvarez. So all in favor, signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. This motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Of course. And now I'd like to skip ahead to item H4, which is a report on the English Learner Advisory Committee recommendations, please. Ms. Larios Horton.
I have a quick logistical comment for the board. The members of our DLAC committee will be presenting this item in Spanish. So we'll be switching the room's audio to be playing the English interpretation of our presenters and a comment to all of our attendees on Zoom. If you want to be hearing this presentation in English, please select the English option from the interpretation menu at the bottom of your Zoom screen.
Good evening, board members. Buenas noches, Presidenta Ford, miembros del Consejo, Superintendente Doctora Maldonado. Esta presentación se dará completamente en español y me gustaría darle tiempo a nuestro público para que seleccione su idioma preferido. Esta noche, como en los años anteriores, el Comité Asesor para Alumnos que Aprenden Inglés del Distrito, o DLAC, por sus siglas en inglés, han preparado sus recomendaciones ante el Consejo. Me gustaría reconocer y agradecer de antemano al subcomité que ha preparado estas recomendaciones, ya que han dedicado más de 15 horas en desarrollar sus recomendaciones. Durante su colaboración, se tomaron el tiempo de aprender, estudiar, indagar, preguntar y cerciorarse muy bien para llegar a las recomendaciones que les presentarán esta noche. La presentación se dará en 4 partes. Los antecedentes acerca del porqué de esta presentación, agradecimiento para nuestro personal, logros por el trabajo cumplido o en marcha y recomendaciones. El DLAC, como comité asesor con fundación legal para representar a los más de 1,800 alumnos multilingües emergentes, tiene la responsabilidad de revisar y opinar acerca del desarrollo del Plan Local de Control y Responsabilidad, o LCAP por sus siglas en inglés, como dirige el Código Educativo número 52063. Por esta razón, el comité prepara sus recomendaciones después de haber repasado un informe sobre el plan de control local en marzo, para así ofrecer su aporte formal en avance de la aprobación de LCAP en junio. Ahora les presento a Manuela Fierros, parlamentaria del comité DLAC, quien dará el resto de la presentación esta noche. Adelante, Manuela.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Manuela Fierros y tengo 2 estudiantes dentro del Distrito Escolar de Santa Bárbara. Uno de ellos asiste a la escuela Adams y el otro a la escuela Cleveland. Formo parte del comité ejecutivo de DILAC y también del subcomité DILAC. Es un honor representar la voz del subcomité de DILAC con esta presentación y recomendaciones que hemos formulado como comité. Antes de comenzar, nos gustaría agradecer al Consejo de Educación, Departamento de Servicios de Nutrición, los maestros y personal de apoyo, al Departamento de Servicios de Tecnología Educativa, etc., al liderazgo del distrito y las escuelas, a los oficiales y miembros de ILA, al personal de mantenimiento y operaciones y finalmente a la unidad de participación familiar y acceso lingüístico. Ahora comenzaré la presentación con una declaración sobre meta. Debido a muchos comentarios sobre el plan Meta, sentimos la necesidad de agradecer al Consejo por su apoyo a este plan. También nos gustaría recordarles que nuestros estudiantes son su comunidad. Nosotros somos su comunidad. Y para las personas que me llamaron el día de hoy y quisieron intimidarme y callarme, les digo lo siguiente. Por favor, infórmense. Y para el consejo, queremos comenzar reconociendo lo que Meta ha hecho hasta ahora para apoyar los estudiantes multilingües emergentes, anteriormente conocidos como alumnos que aprenden inglés. Queremos que la implementación de este plan continúe. El plan Meta fue creado en respuesta a los requisitos del Departamento de Educación de California para atender las necesidades de los estudiantes multilingües emergentes. Fue creado en asociación con maestros, estudiantes, miembros de la comunidad, administradores y miembros del consejo y cumple con una serie de iniciativas estatales establecidas durante la última década. El plan Meta, por lo tanto, no es un programa único, sino un plan maestro para los estudiantes multilingües emergentes, diseñado para satisfacer las necesidades de nuestros estudiantes etiquetados como estudiantes de inglés. Sin embargo, beneficia a todos los estudiantes. Reiteramos nuestro interés en la continuación de este plan maestro, dado que su implementación parcial es insuficiente. Ahora hablaré los logros que el comité identificó este año escolar. A pesar de un ciclo escolar particularmente difícil, se hicieron grandes avances y hemos identificado 3 áreas de logro que queremos compartir con ustedes el día de hoy. Para comenzar, estamos muy emocionados al ver que nuestras recomendaciones de implementar programas de doble inversión lingüística se están haciendo realidad. Agradecemos la implementación de los programas de inmersión en 2 idiomas en la Escuela Secundaria Santa Bárbara Junior High y próximamente en la primaria McKinley. Además, esperamos con interés la vía de interpretación en las escuelas preparatoria Santa Bárbara High School. Estos programas no solo apoyan a los estudiantes multilingües emergentes, sino que también brindan a todos los estudiantes del distrito la oportunidad de lograr el multilingüismo a altos niveles. Segundo, en las recomendaciones del año pasado expresamos nuestros desafíos en la transición de la educación en persona al aprendizaje a distancia. La comunicación clara y el acceso al idioma han jugado un papel importante en la transición exitosa hacia el aprendizaje bajo el modelo híbrido. A lo largo de este año escolar hemos visto mejoras en todas las escuelas que han hecho un trabajo increíble con la comunicación con los padres debido a la interpretación de calidad. Todos los padres tuvieron acceso a la información vital sobre los cambios académicos, las expectativas de los estudiantes y los eventos escolares virtuales, las orientaciones para los padres, las noches de regreso a clase, las reuniones, los seminarios web y las conferencias de padres y maestros. La razón por la que muchas de las familias hispanas han regresado a estas reuniones de Zoom fue por esta interpretación de calidad. Sabían que habría interpretación disponible y comprenderían la información proporcionada. Otra área de éxito este año radica en el aumento de participación familiar en las reuniones escolares y distritales. Este aumento en la participación familiar se deriva principalmente a la mejora en la accesibilidad ofrecida por medio de la plataforma Zoom, dando a las familias la oportunidad de ingresar a reuniones, eventos, seminarios en forma remota. Además, la utilización de medios de comunicación innovadores como la nueva y rediseñada página web del distrito, gráfico para redes sociales, entrevistas de radio y anuncios contribuyeron a un incremento en la participación familiar. Lo que inició como un reto se convirtió en un hermoso logro de participación familiar que resultó en la participación de 2,300 familias en un solo taller por medio de Zoom. Ahora hablaré sobre las recomendaciones para el siguiente año escolar. Este año, debido a todo lo que hemos vivido, el DILAC buscó otra forma de crear recomendaciones, específicamente enfocadas en lo que más impactará el logro académico de nuestros estudiantes, especialmente después de haber sobrevivido una pandemia. Nuestra recomendación incluye el desarrollo de una comunidad de participación y apoyo integral, aumento en la accesibilidad para estudiantes y familias, apoyo personalizado para los estudiantes multilingües emergentes en educación especial. Para comenzar, nuestra primera recomendación es desarrollar una comunidad holística de apoyo y participación. Esta pandemia nos ha enseñado para que los estudiantes tengan éxito, debemos adoptar un enfoque holístico de sus necesidades. Debemos preocuparnos no solo por su éxito académico, sino también por su bienestar mental y emocional. Por tal razón, recomendamos un enfoque que tenga en cuenta todos los aspectos de nuestros estudiantes y familia. La sugerencia incluye más servicios de salud mental, consejeros escolares, permitiendo a los estudiantes escoger a su consejero en la medida de lo posible para asegurar su comodidad y garantizar el reporte. En nuestra experiencia, el apoyo y guía de otros padres líderes han sido motivador y apreciamos un espacio en el cual los padres tengan la oportunidad de compartir sus experiencias al ser partícipes de comités, reuniones en el distrito, talleres informativos y el impacto que causa a sus estudiantes al lograr su meta de graduarse satisfactoriamente. La segunda recomendación se basa en la accesibilidad e inclusividad para atender las necesidades de nuestra comunidad diversa. Necesitamos mayor accesibilidad en el acceso lingüístico y más inclusividad en la participación familiar. Reconocemos la importancia que la participación familiar funge en el rendimiento estudiantil, razón por la cual es importante que un enlace bilingüe de participación familiar esté disponible para todas las familias, sin importar su idioma. Además, esta pandemia nos ha enseñado que el proporcionar interpretación de calidad está dentro del campo de acción del distrito. Recomendamos que este nivel de interpretación siga siendo usado conforme seguimos adelante en este nivel de interpretación. Parcialmente se debe a que algunos foros continúan realizándose en forma virtual para permitir la interpretación de calidad para todos y contribuir a la participación familiar, sobre todo para los padres que trabajan, padres con múltiples hijos y familias con dificultades de transporte. La última recomendación es el apoyo personalizado para estudiantes de educación especial. Los miembros del comité han notado que es más común que los estudiantes latinos sean clasificados con necesidades de educación especial en contraste a los estudiantes no latinos en nuestro distrito. Creemos que una de las razones por las que esto ocurre radica en la falta de apoyo a los estudiantes multilingües emergentes. En consecuencia, se ha vuelto prioritario el apoyo a los estudiantes que forman correcta o incorrecta clasificados en educación especial. Como padre de alumnos de educación especial, quienes aprendieron inglés como segundo idioma, recomendamos que haya más capacitación orientada hacia fortalezas, tanto para maestros certificados como para el personal de apoyo clasificado. También recomendamos fomentar la empatía y comprensión entre los estudiantes de educación general hacia los alumnos de educación especial. Creemos que esto creará espacios más seguros para que los estudiantes se sientan seguros y puedan lograr sus metas académicas. Este tema para mí es personal porque tengo un estudiante en educación especial. Yo fui una de las que hizo esta recomendación porque yo tengo un niño con autismo y he visto la desigualdad dentro y fuera del aula. Tengo una experiencia que cualquier madre le hubiera dolido. Una vez en una tienda, mi hijo vio a un amigo de la escuela que no lo había visto en persona, solo por Zoom. Cuando mi hijo quiso saludar al niño, el niño lo ignoró y él dijo que no lo conocía. Se le acercó a la mamá y la mamá lo empujó hacia su niño a un lado para que mi hijo no lo viera. Mi niño volteó y al verme a los ojos me dijo: mami, yo sí lo conozco. Él está en mi clase. Yo no supe cómo calmar su dolor de haber sido rechazado por su amigo. Le dije que tal vez no era el niño de su clase, sabiendo por dentro que yo le mentía para poder calmar su dolor de que su amigo no lo reconoció, no lo quiso saludar. Entiendo que tener conversaciones con nuestros hijos de temas no conocidos puede ser difícil, pero es posible. Un día mi hijo vio una pareja de mujeres que se estaban besando y me preguntó que por qué se besaban. Le expliqué que ellos se querían y así expresaban su amor, enseñándole respeto, aceptación hacia todos los seres humanos. Yo sé tal vez que no voy a poder cambiar el mundo, pero creo que todo se puede empezar tan solo sembrando una semillita dentro de nuestras escuelas. Es por eso que se necesita capacitación para familias, estudiantes, personal, para que haya más empatía, inclusividad en las escuelas y la comunidad. Nos gustaría concluir la presentación con esta cita. Un estudiante preparado para un mundo diverso y cambiante se obtiene aprovechando las fortalezas, talentos, habilidades e intereses de cada alumno para alcanzar su máxima potencial. Gracias por su tiempo y su consideración.
Muchas gracias, Manuela. And that concludes our presentation this evening. We're open to questions.
Thank you so much. I know that we have some public comments for this item, and I would just ask those of you in the public and also my fellow sister board members that we try to keep our comments as succinct as possible so that we can end this meeting at a reasonable hour. I appreciate every opinion and every perspective, but if we can keep them short, that would be amazing. So Ms. Trujillo, please.
Thank you, President Ford. We have 8 speakers on this item. I will call on them in the following order: Sanita Beal, Rene Correa, Holly Gill, Victor Carmona, Sheila Cullen, Moni Duet, Rene Correa. Oh, I'm sorry, I already said Rene Correa, and Roseanne Crawford. Now we'll begin with Sanita Beal.
Hello?
Yes, you can start.
Good evening, board members. I am speaking tonight to once again bring your attention to the fact that the LCAP funding plan is being discussed for 2021 to 2024. As you may also know, $37.5 million in CARES funding will be allocated through 2024 to mitigate pandemic learning losses. 13.7 million of those dollars are from the state, and those dollars will need to be spent by August of 2022. I would like to see that every dollar of this money that is spent be scrutinized by the school board. And I need to ask the board to do this because, despite the fact that I am participating in the LCAP Advisory Committee, as a group, we are having no impact on the final recommendations to the board. We have had 4 meetings thus far. The 4th was added because our final meeting was planned for next Monday. And as of the 3rd meeting, we had not received any data as to how LCAP funds have been spent in the previous cycle or how the students had performed as a result of that funding. Several members pointed out funding issues, and many requested specific details about how the goals address the needs of the students covered by LCAP. Our final meeting is in 5 days. We have still not received any specific information about funding or implementation, but we have been sent as a survey that was sent to district parents about their reaction to the 3 LCAP goals. This survey was problematic. The questions were very directed to an answer, but not answers directed towards the specific needs of LCAP students. Some of the questions were in regard to academic goals, but others were non-academic, such as questions about implicit bias and the diversity of the workforce. One question really bothered me. It asked about implementing strategies to support students to become proficient in more than one language. From an English-speaking background, this question may sound like LCAP is measuring the support for opportunities to learn a second language in the schools. From a Spanish-speaking background, that question may be interpreted differently as a desire to have students be as proficient in English as they are in Spanish. I will tell you this, I'm in the dark. From the 3 goals formulated by LCAP leadership and not the advisory members, to the survey that has no clear LCAP focus, and at this point, a final meeting in 5 days with no time to actually examine or impact a final recommendation, I'm clearly not a stakeholder. But my name will be attached to a plan that appears to have been already decided. How can we discuss in the same board meeting a multi-tiered support system, MTSS, which could support LCAP that is not part of the LCAP discussions? If all that is being discussed is the atmosphere of a multicultural education, then there's no point to these meetings because I feel as if LCAP leadership is guiding the LCAP funds toward the furthering the goals of the Meta Plan with the dual immersion program as its centerpiece. That should not be the only focus of LCAP, but it seems to be. That is what is happening, and you should be aware of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Holly Gill.
Does it sound like I made a point?
Yes, you may begin. Holly, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, board members. My name is Holly Gill. I'm an education consultant with over 25 years of professional experience. I'm speaking tonight as a community member in support of the DLAC representatives, their recommendations, and their important work to advocate for and improve opportunities for EML students. I'm disturbed to hear of anyone trying to intimidate this group. I've listened to the critique of the Meta Plan over and over at previous board meetings from a very small group of uninformed community members. It's unclear to me why Meta has become their primary target, but I'd like to address a few of their misconceptions. Meta is Santa Barbara Unified's English Learner Master Plan. Developing a plan like this is required by the California Department of Education. Meta development included extensive stakeholder input, and it outlines programs for EMLs, such as expanding and improving both integrated and designated ELD in elementary and secondary schools. The plan also includes dual language immersion programs. The DLI programs at McKinley and Santa Barbara Junior High are just one part of Meta. Since DLI seems to be the area of concern, I want to share that I'm personally thrilled to know that more children will have the opportunity to learn in 2 languages. As a mother of 4 children who benefited from dual language education, I know firsthand the gift my children and their classmates were given. They are linguistic geniuses. They had their identities, language, and culture affirmed throughout elementary school, and they've gone on to be leaders in our secondary schools. I've heard public comments about DLI being an experiment or that there's no proof that it will be effective. To that, I suggest these community members and others who are skeptical of DLI to look to the research. We have so much research available now concerning dual language education. We don't need to be skeptical anymore. We can be educated. For example, a recent Stanford study looked at the effectiveness of dual language programs in the Bay Area. The study included about 18,000 English learner students enrolled in 4 different linguistic models. They followed their progress over 10 years, and the results show that students in English immersion programs, those similar to our current elementary schools, do perform better in the short term. But by the end of elementary school and into middle school, students in classrooms taught in 2 languages not only catch up to their English immersion counterparts, but they eventually surpass them, both academically and linguistically. This study confirms years of previous research pointing to similar outcomes. As quoted by the lead researcher, a lot of people worry that students in bilingual and dual immersion programs might never catch up, but this study shows convincingly that they do catch up and in many ways outperform their peers over time. EML students continue to be marginalized in our community and our schools. DLI gives them an opportunity to perform as well or better than their English-only counterparts. Why wouldn't we want that for the children in Santa Barbara? Dual language immersion is good for all children, but particularly.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Victor Carmona. Señor Víctor, ¿nos puede escuchar?
¿Sí me escucha?
Sí, puede empezar.
Ok. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Víctor Carmona. Tengo una hija en la Escuela Dos Pueblos. Soy miembro del DILAC y miembro del subcomité. Al hablar ahorita, quiero expresar mi apoyo a las recomendaciones que hoy hizo el subcomité, pero me gustaría enfocarme en 2. Una es el plan Meta, el cual he tenido la oportunidad de seguir muy de cerca, inclusive desde antes que se le presentara al Consejo. En esta En este lapso de tiempo que he estado siguiendo este tema, me he dado cuenta de lo importante y de los beneficios que tiene el multilingüismo. Cuando se aprobó, nos dio mucho gusto sentir el apoyo de los miembros del Consejo y de la comunidad en general. Creo que muchas personas están hablando sin darse cuenta de todos los beneficios para todos los alumnos que tiene este plan. El segundo tema, me gustaría hablar de la diversidad de aprendizaje. En este caso es la educación especial. En nuestra comunidad tenemos mucha necesidad de aprender acerca de cómo funciona esto. A veces no sabemos si se le está haciendo a nuestro alumno un plan adecuado para él o se le está dando las clases que él necesita, pero sobre todo no sabemos si se nos están explicando los derechos de los padres y los derechos de los estudiantes. Creo que hace falta que algunos profesionales hagan un plan y que todos estos estudiantes tengan esa oportunidad de desarrollar y tener un plan de acuerdo a sus fortalezas y no a sus debilidades. Hay mucho que aprender de este tema. Uno de los desafíos, como expresaba mi compañera Manuela, aparte es las pocas expectativas que se tienen acerca de estos estudiantes. Debemos de eliminar esto. Ellos tienen mucho potencial, son inteligentes, pero se requiere de un plan de acuerdo a sus necesidades.
Tiempo.
La
Tiempo.
escuela, sí, gracias.
Gracias. Next speaker is Sheila Cullen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Superintendent Maldonado, President Ford, and members of the board. My name is Sheila Cullen, and I'm a bilingual speech-language pathologist. I also serve on the board of Adelante Charter School, but I speak tonight as a community member with interest in the success and well-being of all of our students. I think all parties on both sides of the debate about dual language education agree that one important goal is long-term English language and literacy achievement. As a professional in communication with particular expertise in dual language development, I have paid careful attention to research in how best to support my students. In the area of English language and overall academic achievement, there's no question that supporting a child's home language results in stronger English skills in the long term. A half century of research consistently shows that English learners in two-way immersion programs perform as well or better than their peers in English-only programs as measured by standardized tests in junior high and later. Perhaps better measures would relate to their success in high school and beyond. Indeed, the EMLs who participated in two-way immersion programs in elementary school have better GPAs in high school, higher secondary graduation rates, increased enrollment in college when compared to their peers in structured English immersion programs. For students whose home language is English, learning in two languages, contrary to popular myth, does not compromise English achievement, but instead offers greater metalinguistic skills, cognitive flexibility, and opens doors both socially and economically for these students. Yet English language achievement is, of course, not the only benefit to two-way immersion programs. When a student's language and cultural identities are seen, embraced, valued, celebrated, and not othered through their educational institution's values and practices of social and language equity, that student grows in a social emotional context that nurtures and empowers rather than one that depreciates and invalidates. When students are supported in who they are, they can become fully participatory in all of their social and academic contexts. What I so sadly see in many of the families I work with is children who, due to linguistic and cultural devaluation, lose their ability to speak their own parents' and grandparents' language. That is no way to support families or children. Family values are built upon a foundation of successful communication between family members through common language. For these reasons and many others I don't have time to share, I urge you, members of the board, to offer your maximum support to all of our dual language immersion programs in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Moni Duet.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, board. And, you know, I really want to just a shout out to Manuela. And I just want to let her know that, yes, I think empathy is very important. I think she's a fantastic mom doing an incredible job. And I think that we need to have a culture where everybody's treated equally and respectfully. However, with the META program and LCAP, it's LCAP is determined that it cannot be used district-wide. It must go directly to these students. And the META program has yet to show us a budget of line by line where it's going. And a lot of it is going district-wide. So I want to protect that 13.9 million as the law describes, and it has to be used in the most effective way. And the most effective way, according to Dr. Sally Shaywitz from the Yale Center, is to do the early K-3 testing, do teacher training, and use the science of reading and not balanced literacy. I am for learning a second language. I actually was raised Dutch and learned English at school, so I think that's great. But I think what we are missing is not a good approach to English, you know, and so these students are not going to learn English in time, and they're going to be behind, and they're going to be pushed out of school, and all the things that we already see. So, you know, there's nothing wrong with dual language, but we really need to change the culture around literacy, and we can't be spending money on META that goes district-wide. It's got to come out of the general fund. It's not right, and we've been flagged for it before. And please read publicadvocates.org, a group of attorneys that work for American Civil Liberties Union, and they were against how we spent our LCAP in the last 3 years because it was district-wide. So this is very important. I also want to appreciate Victor and all the people working on this, but we have to spend money directly on those kids, and we can't do it district-wide. That's just the law. And I want to be in compliance. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And President Ford, that concludes public comment on this item.
About Roseanne.
Thank you. I thought we had a couple more.
Yes, Renee Correa is not online.
Okay.
And, there was a double entry, so that was an error.
It shows on the list that Roseanne Crawford wanted to speak also.
Oh, you're correct. My bad. Sorry about that. Ms. Roseanne Crawford.
Thank you, Roseanne Crawford here. Thank you, Dr. Ford, for acknowledging me. I want to be the first to make a loud shout. I think everyone should be bilingual, and I am very proud of my heritage of being bilingual. However, last year in the middle of COVID, 2020, this board voted and met a dual education program for the fall of 21. This was a time when schools were closed. There were no on-site meetings for parents, and few meetings were organized for this, came mostly from staff, board members, and Adelante supporters. This was not inclusive of the real stakeholders, the McKinley community. Need I add, your outreach has not been effective. There is a big disconnect with the McKinley community. Only just now they're finding out about this, and it's not popular. With reason they feel shut out, they have been. There is a huge lack of outreach to this day. Parents at McKinley are asking about this and why it needs to be school-wide. I have been asked by a growing number of parents to help them advocate for one track be left in English only. Immersion, just as they do at the Sori Elementary School in Oxnard that the Oxnard principal Garcia came from, is a reasonable request. Think about it. It would not be a school-wide program if one track is left in English and one in Meta. A McKinley parent that missed the deadline today asked me to make this comment. Tina Aragon states, I don't support the idea of 90% instruction in Spanish in early grades. I want my son to be proficient in English quickly and not in Spanish. We don't speak Spanish at home. This will severely hurt our ability to assist my child in schoolwork due to not being bilingual or being able to read in Spanish. Don't shut me out or others that want an all English option. This is a win-win if you leave one track in English. It gives families choice that don't want to be pushed out of their neighborhood school to learn English or don't want this bilingual program. You would not have to keep moving teachers out of the school that are being pressured and don't feel they have a choice with the change of program. This would also give the district some comparison side by side for evaluating students' learning outcomes and providing accountability and monitoring standards. It's a blatant misuse of LCAP funds to use any of that money for the Meta program, which is a school-wide program as proposed as is. Any school-wide program should be funded by the general fund. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment on this item.
Well, thank you so much. So I'll open it up to board members for comments or questions. Ms. Alvarez, none? Ms. Sims Moten.
Just want to thank you to the parents for that presentation, and I think their ending quote really says it all.
I thought so too. I know I speak on behalf of the board that we're so grateful for the work and the dedication of the DLAC committee. It was a really well-organized presentation, and I think the recommendations are very important and moreover, student-centered. So thank you so much to all who were involved. Dr. Maldonado and I have decided to reschedule the rest of the agenda items for another time. It's been a long day and we have accomplished a lot this evening as it is. So board members, I'd love for you to just review it at your leisure, the coming events and the future agenda items. And if you have anything to add, please be sure that you let us know. But as you can see, we have lots of things planned for the next meeting and on into June. Our next meeting is going to be Tuesday, May 25th, which is a regular board meeting for May. We're going to begin at 6:30. And at this time, the plan is, as usual, for the meeting to be live streamed with public participation by Zoom only. And just as we adjourn tonight, I just think I'd like to highlight that tomorrow is International Nurses Day. And personally, I just would like to recognize my mother and my sister Caroline, both wonderful nurses, but truly all the nurses across the world who've been the heart and soul of the hospital treatment of patients suffering from COVID-19, the millions and millions of people who've been hospitalized. Thank you to all these nurses. And tonight's meeting of the Santa Barbara Unified School Board is adjourned. Good evening.